Chapter 136. Boom. Boom. The Earth disaster was still going on. The mist was getting thicker. The snake bone-faced person's hand tightened on the snake letter sword. Facing Wei Yan, who had killed 2 white bone-faced people, he finally turned around, picked up the body of the dog bone-faced person, and flew away. She had to admit that facing Wei Yan, who had just entered the Rising Dragon realm, she was timid. More accurately, she was frightened by the madness of the Maplewood City guards. Timid was not a word that should appear in her world. She had always treated human lives like grass. Not only did she not care about the lives of her opponents, she had never cared about her own. The people she had encountered today, who were not afraid of death, were not a reason. She had no confidence in defeating this godlike opponent in front of her. This was not a reason either. The real reason for her timidity was when she saw the dog bone-faced person's eyes. She found that for the first time in her life, she felt fear. She was afraid of death. She started to miss this world. Wei Yan watched the snake bone-faced person leave, and did not pursue. The battle was over. Facing Zhao Lang and the snake bone-faced person who were about to die, he did not hesitate to kill them first. Facing the furious snake bone-faced person and Zhao Lang who was weak, he did not hesitate to enter the battlefield. Facing Big Beard Fong and the rat bone-faced person who were hugging each other, he did not hesitate to move his blade. Yes, he did not hesitate. He did not hesitate. His every step was the best, most appropriate, and most accurate choice. Or rather, because they knew that he could make such a choice, both Zhao Lang and Big Beard Fong put their hopes of victory on him. This was an ingenious and unparalleled cooperation. In the name of their many years of military friendship, their many years of cooperation, the 3 fought for themselves, but they fought side by side. The price was Zhao Lang's death, Big Beard Fong's death. At this time, the souls of the evil dogs had dissipated with their masters, and the hell dogs had disappeared. The crack in the ground was still expanding, the mist was still spreading. Everything that had happened in the city guard barracks had happened suddenly and ended swiftly and fiercely. The disaster of Maplewood City was far from over. The people who had fought for Maplewood City in the city guard camp had died. Wei Yan walked to Zhao Lang's side. He half-carried Zhao Lang who had lost a leg. His heart had been pierced, and his Tao energy had dried up. He clumsily covered Zhao Lang's chest with his hand that was covered with wood elemental energy. He focused on the long saber and metal elemental Taoist techniques, so he was not good at treating people. Moreover, he clearly understood that there was no hope for him. Sometimes this was the scariest part of being rational. Because you know the results so clearly, your futile efforts can't comfort yourself in the slightest. A heavenly cycle realm martial artist killing a soaring dragon realm martial artist. Does this count as me killing a martial artist of a higher realm? Only very powerful geniuses can do such a thing. Zhao Lang gasped with difficulty and said, "So this is the world of geniuses. I saw it. You lied to me." Wei Yan's face was covered in blood and his expression couldn't be seen clearly, but he said, "You said my choice was right. You said you would choose the same way." He repeated, "You lied to me." When the 3 white bone-faced men appeared, no one paid any attention to this little practitioner of the reaching heaven state. Zhao Langben had already left, but he chose to come back and fight. Choosing to fight was almost equivalent to choosing to die. But he still chose to do so. Everyone knows what the best choice is, but not everyone can do it, Wei Yan. Zhao Lang laughed and looked at Wei Yan with his weak eyes. "You are a real genius. Your life is more important than mine. Live and avenge Maplewood City." It turned out that his judgment of Maplewood City's ending was the same as Wei Yan's, but he still supported Big Beard Fong's stupid choice. Maybe it couldn't be called stupid. Wei Yan grabbed his hand and his lips moved a few times, probably wanting to say something. But Zhao Lang had closed his eyes and would never hear it. After a long time, the sound of the crack in the ground broke the silence. Wei Yan picked up Zhao Lang's body and threw him into the surging magma under the crack. He watched as the boiling magma swallowed him up. People said to rest in peace after being buried. Maybe it could rest in peace, maybe it couldn't. Wei Yan carried fast snow and turned to Maplewood City. At the foot of the West Mountain, Jiang Wang held Jiang Anan in one hand and Song Qingji in the other. He looked back at Maplewood City with sadness and anger. Where was Dong A? Back at Oxhead Mountain, he had already reported to Dong A about the White Bone Path. Why was Maplewood City still not prepared for today's disaster? Dong A said, I have my own arrangements. Dong A said, I will communicate with Wei Qiji personally. Dong A said, I will contact the manor. But now, where was the arrangement? Where was the backup plan? Dong A, where was it? When he escaped from Maplewood City, he had been waiting for the backup plan that Dong A had mentioned. He had been sure that Dong A had paid enough attention to this matter after 2 warnings. But there was no response. All the people in the city were about to die, but there was still no response from the manor. Where was Dong A? The most painful thing was not that the disaster was so ruthless, but that it could have been avoided. What was Dong A doing? Suddenly, he sensed a violent wave of water elemental energy. Jiang Wang didn't have time to restrain his emotions. He pulled the 2 girls behind him, and a flame flower appeared in his hand. A ball of water vapor fell from the sky and appeared in front of Jiang Wang. It was an old man with a wretched face and a hunched back. Elder Gue? Jiang Wang eased up. He knew he had come to pick up Song Qingji. Grandfather Gue. Song Qingji leapt over and said in a rather panicked manner, What happened to Maplewood City? It's so terrifying. Elder Gue remained hunched over, but the anxiety on his face had finally dispersed. He rubbed Qingji's forehead and said to Jiang Wang, I was a little late. I didn't find any traces of the princess in the illustrious Virtue Hall, so I was worried sick. I tracked her all the way here, but I never thought it would be you who saved her. I thank you on behalf of the Clear River Underwater Prefecture. The Clear River Underwater Prefecture? As it turned out, this girl with a head full of pigtails was the prefect of Clear River's daughter. Jiang Wang became excited. He immediately said, Elder Gue, can you please contact the prefect of Clear River immediately? Maplewood City is in danger. We just happen to need his assistance. Elder Gue looked at Jiang Wang's eager gaze and remained silent for quite a while before shaking his head slowly. Song Hengjiang was indeed very powerful, but he was old and frail. He could no longer endure a few battles. In particular, he knew very well that Song Hengjiang would no longer risk his life for the manor. The Clear River Underwater Prefecture can protect you and your sister. However, Maplewood City, forgive me for being powerless. Elder Gue, the Zhuang state has an alliance with the Underwater Prefecture for several hundred years. Jiang Wang said in a hurry, the humans and the water race are as close as a family. Young man, there are some things you don't know about. The manor is not worthy of the blood of my Clear River Underwater Prefecture. Elder Gue said, let's not talk about anything else. The manor knew the princess was in Maplewood City. Before such a drastic change happened, no one actually told us about it. We almost caused the princess to suffer. Is this how they treat us as a family? Jiang Wang also wanted to say that the manor might not have known about today's disaster. However, he had personally reported it to Dong A, so he could not even fool himself. The manor is the manor. Maplewood City is Maplewood City. Please consider. It's not that I don't want to help. The Underwater Prefecture has its own difficulties. Elder Gue interrupted him and said very sincerely, Young man, come back to Clear River with me. I can find a position for you in the Underwater Prefecture. It won't be worse than your position on land. There's no need. Jiang Wang understood that it was impossible to ask for help from the Clear River Underwater Prefecture. He held Jiang and An's hand and turned around. Please take Qingji back. Where are you going, young man? Jiang Wang did not turn around. The water race will not help the human race. The human race will always help the human race. Elder Gue did not say anything. His gaze was complicated. Anan. Song Qingji called. When Anan turned around, she ran over and took off her necklace. She wanted to hang it around Jiang An's neck. This can protect you, she said. The necklace was in the shape of a water droplet. It was flowing with light. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. However, Elder Gue had no intention of stopping her. Jiang An looked up at Jiang Wang. Seeing that her brother did not refuse, she lowered her head and let Song Qingji put on the necklace for her. Goodbye, Qingji. Goodbye, Anan. The two girls' eyes were red. Then, they separated. One went west. She stuck close to the Chichang mountain range and turned towards Clear River. The other went south. She stuck close to the outskirts of Maplewood City and headed towards Three Mountains City. If there was anyone who could save Maplewood City, Jiang Wang could only think of Dou Yueme, who had the ability to pull up mountains. Chapter 137. Before the earthquake happened, Zhao Ruqing was still drinking in his residence. He had always muddled along. He would rest when he could and be lazy when he could. There was nothing that he had to do, and there was no place that he had to go. Active or passive, the world went around in circles. It was also a lifetime. He did not want to make things difficult for himself. Halfway through the wine, he was already drunk. Uncle Deng suddenly appeared and grabbed his hand. Something's wrong. Maplewood City is finished. We have to leave immediately. Rumble. The sound of the ground cracking could be heard. Wait. Zhao Ruqing shuddered and immediately sobered up. He did not doubt Uncle Deng's judgment. He did not have time to ask for the reason or reason. He immediately said, "Go to the illustrious Virtue Hall and get Nen." Jiang Wang and Ling He could protect themselves to a certain extent. Only Jiang An was still a child. She was in the most danger. Uncle Deng didn't waste any time. He grabbed Zhao Ruqing and broke through the roof, like a long rainbow across the sky. He landed in the illustrious Virtue Hall. He glanced around. Then, he grabbed Zhao Ruqing again and rushed into the sky. That little girl is gone. Save Jiang Wang. Save Ling He. Zhao Ruqing struggled in the air. The disaster was too sudden. I don't know what happened, but I can feel that this is only the beginning. Once the real danger comes, even I can't protect you. Uncle Deng's voice entered his ears. It's too late. The ground cracked and the houses collapsed. From this height, the people who were running, falling, and dying were as insignificant as ants. Zhao Ruqing could feel the steel-like strength in Uncle Deng's hand. The hand grabbed him and pulled him away. He could do nothing. Nothing could be done. The strong wind hurt his eyes. Tears streamed down his face. In the Dao courtyard, the cultivators naturally sensed the danger earlier than the ordinary people. Those who were in seclusion, reciting scriptures, and practicing Dao were all in chaos. Everywhere there were shadows of people jumping about. A classmate pulled him back. Hurry up and run, Ling He. Someone shouted, Get out of the city. Save your body for later. Someone else shouted, Everyone, go save them. We cultivators. Save who? I can't even save myself. Neither the principal nor the vice principal were present. Other than them, only Xiao Taimian had the authority to organize all the disciples of the academy. However, he was not present either. Without a leader, the entire Taoist academy was in chaos. Ling He leaped up and stood on the head of the Tao ancestor statue. He had always been well-behaved and would never be the slightest bit rude. At this moment, he stepped on the head of the Tao ancestor statue in a hurry, completely ignoring the punishment this blasphemy would bring him. Our lives will be long. He shouted loudly. We've already bathed in glory as transcendence in the Taoist academy. Do you want to trample on this glory and throw it behind you, Or do you want to reach out and catch it? Decide for yourselves." After saying that, he did not stay any longer. He jumped over the walls and houses and rushed towards the illustrious Virtue Hall as fast as he could. 3 Mountains City, City Lord's Mansion. Doyueme sat quietly. It had to be said that the white bone path was well prepared. The entire region of Maplewood City had been turned upside down, but the moment they left Maplewood City, everything was calm and peaceful. All of the chaos and disasters were confined to Maplewood City. The outside world had no way of knowing. The lifeless, imperishable formation was like a giant dome, covering everything it wanted to destroy. However, to Doyueme, who had the mountain-moving divine ability, the rumbling of the earth dragon and the collapse of the mountain could not be hidden from her. Maplewood City was too far away, and as the city lord of 3 Mountains City, she could not leave the city when danger was everywhere. However, the trembling of Flying Coming Peak was clearly reflected in her divine ability seed. It was impossible for a mountain-moving divine ability user not to know what was going on. However, she could clearly sense that there were more than 5 members of the White Bone Path who were at the Soaring Dragon Realm guarding Tri-Mountain City. They did not hide their tracks at all. It was a blatant threat. The White Bone Path expressed their attitude and was willing to use 5 Soaring Dragon Realm cultivators to guard her. This way, no matter what happened, she could explain it to Zhuang Ting. Of course, these White Bone Path cultivators were not her match, but it would not be difficult for them to hold her back for a while. Moreover, wasn't it her wish to overturn Flying Coming Peak? What big picture! What glorious future! Could it really compare to the living people under her rule? Could it compare to the wishes of her deceased husband? Her heart had been broken by Zhuang Ting. Her father, husband, and brothers had all died for the Zhuang country. What reason did Zhuang Ting have for a widow like her to risk her life? "Pass down the order," Doyueme said. "Seal the city gates." The commander said softly, "City Lord outside. If something big really happened, the Imperial Court will send down the order. Since we did not receive the order, it means that nothing big happened," Doyueme said indifferently. "We are not disobeying orders." Yes. Amidst the rumbling, the gates of 3 Mountains City were closed. Inside the City Lord's manor in Maplewood City, Wei Qiuji stood up again. In this life, he had only cared about his achievements and his future. He had given up many things to get to where he was today. However, no matter what, he had no choice today. This was his city. This was his honor, his medal. It was the proof of his life's struggle. If Maplewood City was gone, everything he had sacrificed, his wife, his comrades, his son, what would be the point of everything he had given up? He had long been prepared to give up his life here. Dying in Maplewood City was a form of giving up. Dying in battle was not necessarily a bad thing. White Bone Path's Lu Yen was an old demon. Compared to White Bone Path's great elder Ouyang Lai, she was not famous. However, only those who had come into contact with her knew how terrifying her netherworld eyes were. Her outer realm anchored the 4-star regions and guided the starlight from the 9 heavens. Her every move contained the power of the Star Dome. Especially when she was facing an expert like Lu Yen. The 9 heavens astral wind that Wei Qiuji had managed to establish in Maplewood City for so long had been scattered. He lit 3 red messages in a row, but the entire Maplewood City was enveloped by a large formation, so the news could not be transmitted. At this time, he could only hope that the neighboring cities would notice the danger in Maplewood City in time and come to participate in the battle while contacting Zhuang Ting. This attack was completely unexpected. There was not even the slightest warning before it happened. There was no doubt that there was a problem with his control of Maplewood City, but now was not the time to consider this. He had to delay his opponent. No matter what. At all costs. After swallowing the blood, he noticed a young cultivator walking over. From the corner of his eye, he naturally recognized the talented Zhang Linchuan from the Dao Academy in the city. Zhang Linchuan, This is not a place where you can interfere. Wei Qiuji said directly and unyieldingly, go to the barracks outside the city and contact General Big Beard Fong. Tell him to disperse the army and search for the source of the disaster. City Lord, how do you know if you don't try? Zhang Linchuan said as he walked. Wei Qiuji stared at Lu Yen in the air and rose from the ground again. He only left the voice behind him. If Dong A were to say this, it would make sense. You are still too inexperienced. Go outside the city. Although Dong A had not appeared yet, Wei Qiuji did not think that someone like Dong A would abandon the city and flee. He must be doing his best somewhere. The more silent he was, the harder it would be. The only good news was that White Bone Path's great elder Ouyang Lai had caused trouble in the Yun Nation and was seriously injured by Lingxiao Pavilion Master. There should be no one in the White Bone Path who could crush Dong A. A howling hurricane was in the air. Wei Qiuji straightened his palm and used it as a knife. It was as if he was going to cut through the sky. Lu Yen could only stop the guidance array again. She glanced over, held the hammer with both hands, and smashed down with her whole body. The clear light collided with the white light. The palm knife and the hammer separated upon contact. With the support of the extraterrestrial star force, Wei Qiuji was blasted down again. City Lord Wei. Zhang Linchuan leaped up as if he wanted to catch him. With the cultivation of a heaven ascension realm, it was impossible for him to withstand such a level of aftershock. He would be crushed in an instant. Get lost. Wei Qiuji was angry and anxious. How did Dong A teach such a brainless student? He exerted his remaining strength and turned in the air. However, Zhang Linchuan actually took a step in the air and caught up with him again. No! Without opening the heaven and earth gate, how could he step on the void? Just as this thought flashed through Wei Qiuji's mind, he heard the roar of thunder. It was an A-grade mid-grade Taoist technique. The speed of light was far faster than sound. Therefore, before he heard this sound, the vital parts of his chest and abdomen had already been torn apart by the exploding thunder. Violent wind elemental energy surged toward him. At the last moment, he still wanted to do something. However, Zhang Linchuan only shook his hand, and the thunder suddenly appeared and disappeared. Wei Qiuji's whole body fell down powerlessly. Once again, and also for the last time, he fell into his city lord's residence. Chapter 138. Zhang Linchuan suddenly attacked and killed Wei Qiuji. Lu Yen was not surprised at all. He just laughed strangely. Good boy. The nether eye turned and took control of the formation again. However, Fang Zihu and the others who witnessed this scene were deeply shocked. Not only were they shocked by Zhang Linchuan's actions, but they were also shocked by his strength. At this moment, he was standing quietly in the air with a leisurely aura. How could he only be in the reaching heaven realm? He had already pushed open the heaven and earth gate, his Taoist meridians surging like dragons, and even opened the inner mansion. If he was not in the inner mansion realm, even if it was a sneak attack, even if Wei Qiuji was seriously injured, he would not have been killed in one blow. It was all fake. He had been defeated in the Three Cities Dao discussion and had waited for a year for next year's Three Cities Dao discussion to enter the National Academy. It was all fake. He wanted to stay in Maplewood City to prepare for this day. He was from the White Bone Path. Fang Heling finally understood why Zhang Linchuan had asked about Dong A's whereabouts and did not care about anything else, because the moment his identity was exposed, killing Dong A was the best choice. It was either Dong A or Wei Qiuji. Let's go. Fang Zihu took 2 steps forward and grabbed Fang Heling. Let's go. No, father. Fang Heling broke free again and laughed. I made the right bet. My chance is here. He strode forward and greeted, Brother Zhang? So you've also joined the White Bone Path. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Linchuan did not look at Wei Qiuji's corpse, nor did he look at Fang Heling. Instead, he looked up at Lu Yen and said indifferently, Elder, don't worry about me. As he spoke, he took out a mask and gently pressed it on his face. The mask was actually made of bones. He suddenly turned his head. In the direction of the south gate, a cultivator holding a long saber was standing. His black hair was as black as ink, and his long saber was as white as snow. It was Wei Yan. Judging from the time, he should have seen the scene of Wei Kuji being killed. His expression was strange. There seemed to be no anger. There seemed to be only anger. Wei Yan had never been a talkative person. Therefore, his feet began to move, and he began to charge forward, toward the city lord's mansion and Zhang Linchuan's direction. The Bone Envoy. Seeing Zhang Linchuan put on the bone mask with his own eyes, Fong Helling became excited. So you are the bone messenger. So it was you, Brother Zhang, who pulled me into your sect. Before he came into contact with the White Bone Path, he had maintained a good personal relationship with Zhang Linchuan. Now that he knew that this person was the White Bone Envoy, he felt even closer to her. Fong Zihu stood in front of him and said in a low voice, "Stop talking. It's too dangerous here. Let's quickly leave with your Uncle Li." "What danger?" "Now, the White Bone Path is in charge here." Fong Helling was impatient with his father's timidity, but he was still his father after all. He shouted to Zhang Linchuan, "Brother Zhang, my father is here. The city is in a mess now. I'm afraid that the church members will hurt him by accident. Can you think of something? Can you help? Do you have any identification?" His voice stopped abruptly. A ball of lightning exploded on Fong Zihu's body. Fong Zihu only had enough time to take a step back before he convulsed and turned into ashes in front of his son's eyes. No one knew how an ordinary person without cultivation could take such a step in the powerful thunder method. No one knew what supported him to move away from his son at the moment of his death. Most of the transcendent practitioners under the reaching heaven state would be killed by this lightning in an instant. They couldn't even blink their eyes. It was too late. Fong Zihu struggled to take a step forward. He was just an ordinary person. A father who couldn't be any more ordinary. But he died. Ridiculous. Zhang Linchuan shook his hand, which was still smoking. He turned around and pounced on Wei Yan, who was coming with a knife. There were no words before the battle, nor was there a stalemate. The moment the two sides approached each other, a fierce battle had already broken out. Fong Helling opened his mouth and wanted to shout something, but he couldn't make any sound. Zhang Linchuan did help him solve the problem of his father's safety, but in a way that he absolutely didn't want to accept. His father was killed casually in front of him, even more casually than killing a chicken. But because of the roaring lightning on the corpse, he didn't even dare to touch it. He couldn't figure out why. He was also a member of the White Bone Taoist sect. He had done a lot for the White Bone Taoist sect. Had the White Bone Taoist sect caused the earthly disaster and launched such a powerful and careful operation without the help of the Fong family? How many times had he been interrogated by the arrest department for the White Bone Taoist sect? How much risk had he taken? How much had he sacrificed? Didn't anyone care? Why? Let's go. Consecrator Li grabbed Fong Helling, turned around, and ran out of the city. He was angry, but he kept it under control. No matter what, Fong Zihu had helped him. Even if he couldn't protect Fong Zihu, he had to at least protect his son. Even if this boy was so stupid. Fong Zihu saw it at a glance, but Fong Helling didn't understand it at all. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Linchuan didn't care about him at all. He had shown his loyalty, showed his determination, and showed his contributions. He had gained nothing but annoyance. Maybe until today, until this moment. Only then did he recognize himself, but it was already too late. Zhang Linchuan and Wei Yan touched like lightning. They separated immediately. Wei Yan spat out blood and retreated. Zhang Linchuan was wrapped in lightning like a god. Zhang Linchuan's expression couldn't be seen under the bone mask, but his voice was cold. You dare to draw your sword against me. It seems that I've been misunderstood by you for too long. Do you really think Boss Zhu is your second? The ranking of the Maplewood City Dao Academy had always been Zhu Weiwa, Wei Yin, and Zhang Linchuan. Even if the top three squandered a lot of Dao points, the cultivators behind them would consciously control the number of Dao points and drop their ranking. This was respect for the strong. But no one would have thought that the strongest person was Zhang Linchuan. Not only was he stronger than the students of the Maplewood City Dao Academy, he was much stronger. He was so strong, but it didn't seem to affect Wei Yin at all. Quick Snow wanted to drink blood, no matter how strong the opponent was. Wei Yin didn't wipe away the blood. Instead, he crushed the bricks and raised his sword again. Quick Snow was like a rainbow on the horizon. It rose from Wei Yin and fell to Zhang Linchuan. Clang! Zhang Linchuan flicked his finger and hit the blade of Quick Snow. Lightning rose from his fingertip and went up along Quick Snow. Wei Yin quickly released his hand and clenched it again. After dodging the lightning, he pulled out his sword and slashed back. He slashed into a ball of lightning. He was fast, but Zhang Linchuan was faster. Boom! Lightning exploded. Wei Yin resisted the numbness and clenched his sword, but he was blown back again. Zhang Linchuan took a step forward, reached out and then suddenly retreated. Almost endless golden light drowned him in an instant. That was the golden light killing formation that Wei Yin had set up on the spot with himself as a guide. This tactic was similar to the one Zhang Linchuan used to face Lin Jingren in the Three Cities Dao debate. It was all prediction. At the same time that the golden light killing formation exploded, countless golden light arrows suddenly appeared in the air and shot into the golden light killing formation. The target of all the golden light arrows was Zhang Linchuan. At this moment, only one person in Maplewood City could use the golden light arrows like this. The former fifth on the Dao merit list, Shen Nanqi. No one knew when he had arrived on the battlefield, but this attack had clearly been prepared for a long time. The two attacks overlapped and became a fatal blow. The golden light dissipated, and a huge skeleton slowly stood up. A pair of hand bones opened, and Zhang Linchuan walked down from the hand bones, unscathed. He walked in the air, step by step, and the huge skeleton dissipated little by little. The Thunder Method was just a disguise when he was in the City Dao Academy. His most powerful skill was the underworld method of the White Bone Path. Not bad, Shen Nanqi. You finally opened the gate of heaven and earth. Zhang Linchuan expressed his relief, but his eyes under the mask were not smiling. He suddenly pulled out his hands, and a gate of white bone formed in the air. Vaguely, there was some sort of roaring sound in the void. Get out of my way. Don't worry about me. Wei Yin grabbed Shen Nanqi, threw him back, and rushed forward with his sword. He really didn't expect Shen Nanqi to appear. He didn't expect Shen Nanqi to help him. Back then, he chose to give up their mutual friend, which was equivalent to giving up their friendship. He didn't regret it. If the person who was in danger back then was Shen Nanqi, he would have made the same choice. Because it was right. Instead of dying together, it was better to have one less person die. He didn't regret his choice at all, so he was also prepared to be hated to death by Shen Nanqi. Therefore, if Shen Nanqi saw this scene today and chose to turn around and leave, he would not be surprised. He would not be disappointed. Regarding the matter of giving up and being given up, he could completely understand it. After all, Zhang Linchuan was too strong. There was no need to mention the gap between the Soaring Dragon Realm and the Inner Mansion Realm. He didn't even know if Zhang Linchuan had his own seed of divine power. He couldn't force Zhang Linchuan to that point. Therefore, the moment he saw Wei Qiuji being killed, he should have turned around and fled. That was the right choice, because with Wei Qiuji's death, the last chance for the entire Maplewood City had disappeared. He should have made that choice. He had always made that choice. He hated Wei Qiuji deeply, but he was unconsciously affected by him. He hated him, but he also seemed to be becoming him. But today, he actually drew his sword. He didn't understand why. Throwing away his life was not something he would do. But if he didn't draw his sword this time, it seemed like quick snow would never be unsheathed again. If he didn't die this time, he seemed to feel worse than death. He clearly knew what he should do, but he couldn't control himself. He slashed down at quick snow and dragged his sword forward. He silently said in his heart, "I'm sorry. Perhaps my choice has always been too cold. But this is the way I've learned to choose. I was chosen this way. My mother also died because of this choice. Finally, this time I made a ridiculous choice. But strangely, I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh," he thought. He suddenly drew his sword, and like a waterfall, it hung across the sky like a crescent moon. At this moment, he heard a voice coming from behind him. "What do you care?" It was Shin Nanchi's voice. Chapter 139. High in the sky, there was a door made of bones. It seemed to communicate with the netherworld, and some evil existence was breeding. And Wei Yan had arrived. The knife light was like moonlight. The moon was on the white bone door. Swish. Clang. Fast snow hit the white bone door, making a sound of metal. Zhang Linchuan supported the white bone door with one hand and pressed forward with the other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of golden light arrows shot straight at his face. Shin Nanchi also arrived. After the tragic death of his teammates last time, he didn't sink into despair. Instead, he stood up and opened the gate of heaven and earth. It was still the golden light arrows, but their killing power was not the same as before. Zhang Linchuan had to take back his palm that was attacking Wei Yan and put it in front of him. There was a cloud of black mist in his hand. Although it was only a small cloud, it swallowed all the golden light arrows. At the same time, crack, the white bone door cracked. Finally, it couldn't bear Wei Yan's continuous attacks. It disintegrated into broken bones and fell down. Before this Taoist magic art could exert its power, it was destroyed by the cooperation of Wei Yan and Shin Nanchi. Shin Nanchi's eyes lit up. He jumped through the falling broken bones, jumped in front of Zhang Linchuan, and pressed down with his palm. Golden light burst out. It was another golden light killing array. Wei Yan combined his body with the knife. His body was like the Milky Way, and he cut straight into the golden light. Clang! It was like the sound of a bell. The golden light dissipated. Zhang Linchuan clenched his right hand into a fist. His fist was wrapped in white light, and it resisted fast snow. His other hand turned into a claw and pressed on Shin Nanchi's head. His whole body was enveloped in white light. In this golden light killing array, he was unharmed. "Do you think there is a turning point, hope and dawn?" He said indifferently, "No, there is nothing." He exerted a little force with his left hand. Bang! Shin Nanchi's head exploded. Red and white splashed everywhere. Wei Yan couldn't say a word. He only made a beast-like groan in his throat. He took back his knife and cut again. He took back his knife and cut again. He took back his knife and cut again. At this moment, he broke out the limit of his physical body and cut more than 300 times in a breath. His perlicue cracked, and his blood vessels burst. Before he cut Zhang Linchuan, he was already covered with cuts and bruises. But the only response to him was, clang. It was a voice that sounded like a bell, incomparably cold and despairing. Every strike of his was blocked by Zhang Linchuan, even though he was in an extreme state. If you risk your life, you can seize hope. If you work hard, you can create miracles. Zhang Linchuan's eyes were calm and his voice was cold. Then we've been lurking for so many years, preparing for so many years. So what? The reason why I have the strength I have today is because I have risked my life more than any of you. I have worked harder earlier and longer than any of you. No matter how many times Wei Yan slashed, he blocked with his fist. In the end, he even flipped his fist and grabbed the swift snow blade. Wei Yan immediately raised his knee and hit. But before that, Zhang Linchuan's other fist had smashed his chest into pieces. If there are miracles in this world, miracles should only happen to the strong, Zhang Linchuan said as he waved his hand. Wei Yan's whole body fell backward. He had always been a firm person, a selfish person, and a cold person. He would only make the most reasonable and correct choice. He only had eyes for himself and his saber. He firmly believed that he was right. Shen Nanqi had always denied him and personally interpreted his choice. Zhao Lang had never denied him. But in the end, his actions gave him the opposite answer. Even Wei Qiji, even someone as cold as him, died for Maplewood City. At the end of his life, Wei Yan felt a trace of confusion. He tried to think of his mother, of the childhood he had left behind in the wilderness, but he found that he couldn't remember what his mother looked like. If he could do it again, what would he choose? If he could do it again, what would he choose? Wei Yan fell heavily to the ground. The swift snowblade was still tightly held in his hand. Jiang Wang carried Jiang An all the way. It was uncomfortable to be so bumpy, but Jiang An was very obedient and didn't say a word. Shuttling through the forest, Jiang Wang suddenly stopped and jumped back to open the distance. He gently put Jiang An down and pressed the hilt of his sword with the other hand. Right in front of him, a woman with a black veil over her face slowly floated down. She looked at Jiang Wang with a complicated expression. "So you're not a Taoist. What's the difference?" Jiang Wang said in a low voice. "I never wanted to be a Taoist of the White Bone Path. There's a big difference. I've always wondered why you could devour my white bone seed, why you could grasp the flesh rebirth soul technique, and now you." She looked Jiang Wang up and down. "So the netherworld candle I couldn't find was with you." Netherworld candle? Jiang Wang immediately thought of the black candle in Heavenspan Palace and many other things. But in the end, he just tightened his grip on his sword. "It's inside when I cut open my Heavenspan Palace." She suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect you to grow old in a few days." "It's all thanks to you," Jiang Wang said. "Are you going to Tri-Mountain City to find your mother-in-law? I forgot to tell you that half an hour ago, Tri-Mountain City's gates closed." Dou Yueme announced that she was going into seclusion. Jiang Wang was silent. He knew the other didn't need to deceive him on this matter. But even though the world was vast, where could he go to ask for help? How could he make it in time? It was too hopeless. Everything was already heading towards the abyss. But at least right now, he still couldn't let go of the emotions in his heart. In the end, he only said coldly, "As you wish again." Her laughter was somewhat forced. "So, you don't plan on waiting to be captured? You owe me 2 lives. Now you owe me." Jiang Wang looked at her, only hatred in his eyes. "Countless lives in Maplewood City." She was silent for a while. Suddenly, she said, "Okay." She swiped her hand, and her entire body turned in a circle. The night veil was removed, the mask was removed, the black robe fluttered, and the red skirt reached the ground. What appeared in front of Jiang Wang's eyes was a beautiful and familiar face. The black veil flipped over the red skirt. The white lotus was Miaoyu. She wore a red dress, and her curves were graceful. But her voice was clear and cold, no longer charming. "Remember the appearance of your enemy. Never forget." "I'll remember," Jiang Wang said through gritted teeth. "Good." Miaoyu clapped her hands gently. "Good young man. What do you want?" Jiang Wang asked with his sword held horizontally. "Even if you don't owe me your life, you still owe me 3 lives. Don't you remember that you owe me 3 things? Miaoyu raised a finger and said, "The first thing is to topple Alioth Peak. The second thing is to save the innocent aquatic people. Now the third thing is..." She looked at Jiang Wang. "Take your sister and leave this place. Don't ever come back." Jiang Wang did not loosen his grip on his sword the entire time. He kept an behind him the entire time. "You don't want your netherworld candle anymore? I'll give you some time to grow. Otherwise, it'll be far too boring. Miaoyu covered her mouth as if she was bored. She let go of her hand and her eyes narrowed. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Jiang Wang said nothing else. Miaoyu swung her skirt and vanished from where she was. Dou Yueme had sealed the city gates, so there was no point in going to Three Mountain City anymore. The attitude of the Clear River Manor was very clear as well. Jiang Wang carried Jiang En on his back again, but he had no idea where to go right now. Jiang En asked timidly, "Brother, who was that person earlier?" After a very long period of silence, Jiang Wang said, "A lost woman. P.S. Everyone knows that the moon rises above the willows, and people meet at dusk is a beautiful scene of love. But what about when the moon rises above the white bone sect? They can only meet in life and death." Chapter 140. Maplewood City Dao Academy. Before the ground cracked, Dong A was in Song Qifang's pill refinement room. The dean and vice dean were arguing endlessly because of an obscure ancient pill formula. In terms of pill refinement, Song Qifang was naturally more knowledgeable. However, Dong A had a high cultivation level and could see things that Song Qifang could not. Therefore, when the two of them had different opinions, they could not convince each other. "No matter what, we will not allow disciples of the Dao Academy to test the pill," Dong A said firmly. Today, Song Qifang had specially invited him over to discuss the feasibility of this ancient pill formula and to arrange for disciples to test the pill. However, Dong A rejected him decisively. If this pill formula is successfully restored, the entire Dao Academy will benefit endlessly. Song Qifang said, "This pill is definitely not poisonous. I can guarantee that even if you take it by mistake, you will only have diarrhea for a few days at most." "What guarantee do you have?" Being doubted in his field of expertise, Song Qifang, who was usually good-tempered, glared at him. "With my many years of experience in pill refinement. With my..." At this moment the first crack occurred. The two of them were startled. Boom! In the room, under the cauldron, the fire that had been burning warmly suddenly burst out, turning into a flaming tiger that pounced towards Dong A. The timing was perfect. Everything had been planned. There was no longer any anger or anxiety on Song Qifang's face, and he did not look like an old man. He flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand, and thousands of threads spread out like a spider web, instantly sealing the entire pill refinement room. His aura was definitely not at the Heaven Ascension realm, and he had clearly pushed open the Heaven and Earth gates. However, Dong A was not surprised at all. Jade light covered her hand as she pressed down the flaming tiger with one hand and stuffed it back into the cauldron. The wood element was originally countered by the fire element, but under the suppression of absolute strength, everything was illusory. Her other hand was also wrapped in jade light, and with a light stroke, she cut through the silk net. Then, she reached out and grabbed Song Qifang's neck, dispersing all the Dao energy gathered in his body. "How did you not get poisoned by my fragrance?" Song Qifang was shocked. "You were already on guard against me?" He had invited Dong A over for half a day, not just for a sneak attack. The pill refinement room had already been lit with the poisonous fragrance, and the toxicity was strong enough to corrode ordinary inner palace experts. Just this one stick of poisonous incense was already priceless. It was also Song Qifang's greatest reliance. However, Dong A didn't look like she was poisoned at all. That person easily subdued Song Qifang and said coldly, "With just you, how do I need to guard against you?" "Ahem. Do you think I want to?" Song Qifang struggled and coughed a few times. Suddenly, he became agitated and said, "I have devoted my whole life to the Zhuang country. Why don't you give me the resources I deserve? You want me to wander in front of heaven and earth, day and night, year after year. His throat was crushed, and he didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Dong A casually opened the lid of the pill furnace and threw his body inside. Song Qifeng probably still wanted to pour out his anger and unwillingness. He wanted to talk about why he chose the White Bone Path and why he betrayed the Zhuang country. There must be a part of his life's entanglement and torment. But Dong A didn't want to listen at all. After easily dealing with Song Qifeng, Dong A's expression was still grave. He could totally imagine what kind of tragic state Maplewood City was in right now. He could clearly hear the panic of the disciples in the Tao Academy. He heard someone shout, "Help! Hurry up and save them!" There were also sounds of crying, "Dean! Dean! Dean, where are you?" He knew every student and instructor in the Tao Academy. He knew their strength and character. He even imagined what Jiang Wang would do in the face of such a disaster. What would Ling He do? What would Huang Azan do? What would Xiao Tianmian do? Of course, he also heard Wei Qiuji's angry shouts and felt the despair of the entire city. But he just sat there motionlessly. He never went out. Northwest of Maplewood City, west of Du Family Town, they finally reached the border of Maplewood City. Hai officially exerted his remaining strength and pushed Fong Helling out of the realm. In the previous breakthrough, they had encountered the White Bone Path's obstruction. Hai officially had to fight until he was seriously injured to defeat his opponent. He had been hanging on by a thread until now. He had finally completed his old friend's instructions. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Uncle Li." Fong Helling knelt on the ground and shouted through the array patterns that were becoming clearer and clearer, so much so that they shed real tears. It wasn't that he had deep feelings for Hai officially, but at this moment, Hai officially was his only support. His only remaining psychological support. His father was dead. The Fong family was gone. The entire Maplewood City was gone. He had nothing left. However, his wailing was only met with a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Bah!" Hai officially cursed, "You ballless thing! You are finally going to die. I can finally scold you. Your father didn't let me scold you. He said you couldn't take the blow and asked me to bring the curse words to the coffin." He panted heavily, and his voice became weaker and weaker. "Damn it, you idiot, good for nothing." His curses were silent in the end. But each sentence was like a knife and a hammer hitting his heart. In the sky above Maplewood City, Wei Yan and Shen Nanqi had both died in battle. With Zhang Linchuan's full combat power, Lu Yan was able to control the array without interference. The White Bone Path had been preparing for this day for decades. They had started preparing long before Wei Qiuji arrived in Maplewood City. Of course, without Song Qifeng's help, everything was carried out quietly. After planting for so many years, it was now time to reap the harvest. Ouyang Lai's uproar in the Yun Nation was just a cover to make people temporarily ignore the threat of the White Bone Path. Everyone knew that the White Bone Path couldn't make any big moves in the absence of their strongest combat power. Therefore, the incident deliberately created by the White Bone Path became the best opportunity. Because the White Bone Path's strongest combat power had never been absent. Before the operation began, even the higher-ups in the sect didn't know about it. Many people really thought that Ouyang Lai was seriously injured and dying. Therefore, he could trap Du Ruhui in the Flying Peak. In the entire Zhuang country, Du Ruhui, who had the short-distance technique, was the biggest variable. By trapping him, the biggest interference in the whole plan was eliminated. For today's scene, the White Bone Path had almost done everything they could, including the accumulation of hundreds of years of disappearance. They were determined to achieve success that they hadn't achieved in hundreds of years. Huanzhen Temple was a rehearsal long ago, but it was destroyed by Zhuo Guanglie, who suddenly escaped there and broke out in a big battle. Li Yi's sword came from the west, and no one dared to approach. They had to give up at that time. Then, there was a larger-scale operation in Xiaolin Town. Now, under Lu Yan's control, countless souls and substantial negative emotions were gathering in the same place. That place was Xiaolin Town. The Xiaolan town that shook the netherworld candle and frightened Jiang Wang. On the surface, the White Bone Path's operation in Xiaolan town was to condense the phantom image of the gates of the abyss. In fact, it was indeed to create this netherworld treasure. However, for the White Bone Path, there was a deeper purpose. When everyone's attention was focused on the phantom image of the gates of the abyss and the White Bone Path, they neglected Xiaolan town itself. The reason why they chose to condense the phantom image of the gates of the abyss in Xiaolan town was actually to anchor the location of the present world, so that they could return from the netherworld to the human world. The one who had returned from the Nine Nether could only be the White Bone God. Chapter 141. The White Bone Path had been scheming for decades. Naturally, their goal was not small. They wanted to open the passage to the netherworld and allow the White Bone God, who had been sleeping at the bottom of the river of forgetfulness, to return to the human world. The fog formed by heaven and earth was proof. It was a fog that separated yin and yang. This place would be trapped in the netherworld. When Ling He arrived at the illustrious Virtue Hall, it had already collapsed. Even if he was lucky enough not to be disturbed by the White Bone Path cultivators, his heavenly cycle realm cultivation was not enough to protect himself. This level of disaster was not something he could deal with, but he did not want to escape. At this moment, he heard weak cries in the collapsed illustrious Virtue Hall. He recklessly dug up the bricks and tiles and lifted up the collapsed beams. There was a little boy under the beam. He had cried until his voice was hoarse. His left leg was probably crushed. Ling He picked him up and placed him down on the street that was still relatively intact. Maybe there were people and children, he thought as he entered the illustrious Virtue Hall. Because he was not sure if there were any children who survived and where they were buried, he did not dare to use his Dao techniques so as to avoid causing further harm. He could only use his hands to move and dig at most places. He would only use his Dao techniques when he was sure that he would not hurt anyone. Not long after, his hands were covered in blood. Fortunately, he saved another child. It was a girl with pigtails. Although she was unconscious, she was still breathing. Ling He carefully carried the child, and was about to move her to a safe place. Rumble! He suddenly turned around. Right on the street where he had placed the little boy, a new crack had appeared on the ground. Ling He hugged the child in his arms and pounced over as fast as he could. However, he could only watch helplessly as the magma flowed by the side of the fissure. There was only a small splash where the little boy fell. Ling He knelt on the ground. There was a limit to one's strength. Even someone as tough as him looked up at the sky and felt despair. If someone could look down from the sky at this moment, the brown ground cracked, red lava flowed, houses collapsed, and humans fled, and above all of this, countless living souls surged. The soul sea that covered the sky was filled with countless lives that were unwilling to accept their fate. Perhaps it was just a stall owner selling biscuits, or a teacher, or a newborn, or perhaps it was a mother. They may have never hurt anyone, never done anything bad. They might have committed petty theft or gotten into arguments with their neighbors. Or a drunkard, or a good person, but all of them, no matter good or evil, no matter old or young, all of them were suddenly swallowed up by disaster on this day. His corpse was destroyed, and his soul could not be preserved either. The abandoned Xiaolan town seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, accommodating and devouring everything. All of Maplewood City's stories, honor and disgrace, love and hate. Everything. 7 li east of Maplewood City, a group of city guards took the risk to come here. Because of the fissure, the entire underground space was exposed. Even the soil and rocks couldn't conceal the dim light emitted by those formation patterns. We found it. He had found the source of the disaster. Quickly report back to the general, the leader of the squad shouted. Then, it was swallowed by the magma that gushed out from the ground. His team members continued to run outside, shouting, The source of the disaster is in the east of the city. The source of the disaster is in the east of the city. The source of the disaster is in the east of the city. In the east of the city. In the east of the city. One by one, the city guards died in the disaster, and this voice was still being transmitted. It was passed down by word of mouth, and everyone relayed the message. But they still didn't wait for their general to deal with the source of the disaster. The last city guard army soldier staggered back to the barrack. "General! General!" he shouted in a hoarse voice, "in the east of the city. In the east of the city." But he only saw a pile of broken armor, a ball of flesh, and a ruin. That was the general's armor, that was the general, that was their military camp. Their general had long died before them. This unyielding warrior broke down in an instant. He jumped into the crack in the ground. What made him break down was not these disasters, not the terrifying enemies, and not the difficult target. It was that everything they did seemed to be meaningless. Finally, the final moment came. The second elder of the White Bone Path, Lu Yen, used the pair of nether eyes to communicate with the two worlds, control the souls, and control the lifeless and indestructible formation. The bone messenger, Zhang Linchuan, stood silently at the side, protecting him. Natural disasters and man-made disasters all had tribulation aura. Countless souls and sufficient tribulation aura gathered at the original site of Little Forest Town. This place had long been anchored by the will of the White Bone God. The shadow from the netherworld began to envelop the world from here. At this moment, a calm figure slowly walked over. He stepped over the corpses, the ruins, the cracks in the ground, and the places where blood flowed. There was no expression on his face, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He was Wang Zhangji, perhaps the only remaining clansman of the Wang family. Because he had always lived in seclusion, even Zhang Linchuan didn't know him. His cultivation didn't seem to be very strong, but the souls walked around him, and the tribulation aura avoided him. Both the second elder of the White Bone Path and the Bone Messenger kept silent. Because they both realized something. Wang Zhangji walked slowly. He didn't look back once, and he didn't move his gaze at all. His steps were clearly slow, but he soon arrived at Little Forest Town. This was a contradictory feeling, which almost made the onlookers vomit blood. Only Lu Yen could see it clearly. Every step he took was at the intersection of the two worlds of yin and yang. It wasn't a straight line, nor was it a plane or a solid. The intersection of the two worlds wasn't in a real sense. A mirror that seemed to be made of white bones hung in front of Lu Yen. The mirror kept changing, tracking Wang Zhangji's figure. If it weren't for the lifeless and inextinguishable formation, even if the bone mirror was very precious, it couldn't do such a thing. Under the gaze of Lu Yen and Zhang Linchuan, Wang Zhangji finally arrived at the original site of Little Forest Town. At this time, there was only a mass of chaotic darkness left in Little Forest Town. Even the ruins no longer existed. He stood outside the darkness and reached into the darkness. He pulled out his hand. He pulled out a small cauldron made of white bones from the darkness. A powerful and terrifying existence from the depths of the netherworld handed the small cauldron over. And Wang Zhangji completed the handover. He threw the cauldron into the sky. The small cauldron of white bones spun and expanded in the wind. In a flash, it recovered its full appearance. It was as tall as a person and as big as 3 people hugging it. The handles of the cauldron were the bones of 2 hands, and the body of the cauldron was engraved with some ancient scenes. It made one want to study it, but no matter how hard one tried, they couldn't see it clearly. When the small cauldron of white bones appeared, all the souls and tribulation aura had already begun to boil. They were like boiling water, emitting strange whistling sounds. When the small cauldron of white bones turned into a large cauldron, the souls and tribulation aura instantly surged in, forming a terrifying torrent that was like a dragon sucking in water. As for the resentment, unwillingness, fear, The negative emotions that floated in the entire Maplewood City area were grabbed by Wang Zhangji like a long snake. The head of the snake had already been stuffed under the cauldron, but the body of the snake was still moving forward. These negative emotions burned under the white bone cauldron, becoming the best firewood. Wang Zhangji stood beside the white bone cauldron, and his aura skyrocketed. His skin turned completely pale, but in this pale color, it faintly emitted a holy divine light. This was the highest pursuit in the white bone Tao canon, the white bone sacred body that only existed in the records. And Wang Zhangji was the true white bone Tao disciple, an awakened white bone Tao disciple. In the past, present, and future, they were the absolute core of the white bone Tao, the sacred Lord. Chapter 142. The rescue organized by the arrest department was not successful. Soon, many white bone sect members swarmed out from all over the city, specifically targeting the rescuers. Within the lifeless inextinguishable formation, the Zhuang cultivators were suppressed to a certain extent, but the white bone sect members' Daoist techniques were strengthened. Especially now that Wei Qiji had died in battle, Lu Yen and Zhang Linchuan stood high in the sky, looking down on the city. Zhang Linchuan killed any strong cultivator who dared to show up. The morale of the Zhuang cultivators fell to the bottom. The north of the city was where the commoners gathered. The commoners here had the weakest ability to protect themselves. Under Dan Cha's organization, the arrest department saved some people. But soon, Miaoyu landed on the long street. "Take your men and surrender to the White Bone sect, and I'll spare your life." Miaoyu said indifferently, "I'm not in a good mood today. I won't give you a second chance." Among the three giants of Maplewood City, Dan Cha had the least presence. It was because he was not strong enough. He was at the peak of the soaring dragon realm, but he could not raise his head in front of Wei Qiji and Dong A. Miaoyu was only willing to take him in because of his status as the arrest department's deacon. With such a status, he could immediately dissolve the last resistance of Maplewood City. Of course, she could also kill him, but the effect would be slightly worse. The White Bone sect had been plotting against Maplewood City for many years. She understood Dan Cha and knew that he was not a good person. He had often used his power for personal gain. There was a possibility that such a person could surrender. If it were Dong A or Wei Qiji, she would not even consider taking them in. Because it was simply impossible. Surrender to you? Dan Cha did not hide his sarcasm. Become one of the 12 skeletons hiding in the gutter? Miaoyu did not mind his sarcasm. She only said, "When the White Bone sect is established, anyone with 12 faces can be the city lord. Think about it. To be able to achieve this level and destroy Maplewood City, I admit that the arrest department underestimated you. The White Bone sect is a terrifying opponent." Dan Cha looked around at the tragic scene with a complicated expression. Finally, he turned his gaze back to Miaoyu. "But you underestimate our Zhuang kingdom too much. What do you think the Zhuang kingdom relied on? Was it the charity of the neighboring countries? No. It was a disaster. It was war. From the Yong kingdom to the Mo kingdom to the Su kingdom, our Zhuang kingdom has never lost a war. Today you've overturned my city. When the imperial army arrives, not even your bones will be left. How dare you talk about the White Bone Daoist nation? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say." Miaoyu stepped forward and said, "I've been living in 3 Fragrant Brothel for so long, and I've heard a lot about you. People like you deserve to be killed 100 times over. For the Zhuang court to use someone like you as a deacon, it's obvious that they are corrupt and dirty. It's only right that the country be overthrown." Facing this woman, Dan Cha knew that he was no match for her, but he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha ha," Miaoyu frowned. "What are you laughing at? I thought that only a hypocritical official like me would need to find an excuse for killing. Who would have thought that heretical demons like you would live such a tiring life?" Miaoyu fell silent. It wasn't until Dan Cha's words that she realized that she seemed to have undergone some sort of change. The three things she designed to change Jiang Wang's view of the world, his view of life, and his view of values seemed to have affected herself while affecting Jiang Wang. This made her feel terrified. Even when she took Dan Cha's head, this fear didn't disappear. At the same time that Wang Zhangji ignited the bone cauldron, the massacre of the White Bone sect in the entire Maplewood City had reached its climax. After encountering such a terrifying earth disaster, they were still unable to organize a rescue team. Instead, only the White Bone sect members were crazily slaughtering. In this land, from Maplewood City to the towns and villages, there was not a single living being left alive. This was a calamity that could wipe them out. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and that was just an objective description. The White Bone sect members could feel that the god they believed in had used the position of the anchor to descend power. This was a victory for the entire White Bone sect. It was a victory for all the White Bone sect members. They were excited and crazy. A beautiful new world that belonged to the White Bone sect would be opened up by them. The fairness they sought and all their desires would be realized. At the original site of Xiaolin Town, negative emotions boiled and burned, and the cauldron trembled. It was as if something was brewing and nurturing. Bang, bang, bang. It was like a heartbeat, like the beating of a drum. This didn't last long. Although in the eyes of some people, it was as if they had waited for thousands of years. At a certain moment, the entire Maplewood City seemed to have fallen silent. Those miserable howls, cries, and howls all disappeared for an instant. The bone cauldron stopped. Then, the lid of the cauldron moved away, and a snow-white pill the size of a longan floated high into the air. In an instant, thousands of rays of light and a strange fragrance wafted. What kind of peerless treasure was this? The White Bone sect had planned for decades. The White Bone god had personally sent down an oracle. The White Bone Taoist had received the netherworld treasure, the White Bone cauldron, and used countless souls in the entire Maplewood City as sacrifices and endless negative emotions as firewood. In addition, the White Bone sect had accumulated for hundreds of years to create this White Bone True pill. As long as the White Bone Taoist swallowed this White Bone True pill, he would immediately reach the peak, tear open the boundary between yin and yang, consolidate the passage between the two worlds, and welcome the descent of the White Bone god, becoming a god. At that time, the Holy Lord would be the king. The people of the White Bone sect could also use this to reach the heavens in a single step. However, the White Bone Taoist did not move at all. He was directly facing the White Bone True pill in front of the White Bone cauldron. As long as he took a step forward, he could reach out and grab it. However, he did not take a step forward. He slowly raised his right foot and then slowly lowered it. It was as if he was deliberately repeating this mechanical movement, always stepping on the spot. Lu Yen watched this scene through the bone mirror from afar. She was burning with anxiety. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and stuff the White Bone True pill into his mouth. But she did not dare to offend him. The Holy Lord had long given an oracle that no one could go to Little Forest Town at this time. Zhang Linchuan formed a seal in the air, and the bone mirror changed. From another angle, it reflected Wang Zhangji's face. His face was still calm and expressionless. However, his eyes, one of them was calm and indifferent, while the other was filled with tears. This, Lu Yen turned her head and looked at Zhang Linchuan in bewilderment. This was a long and difficult stalemate. Although not much time had passed for the White Bone sect, whose victory was in sight. Every breath was too long. They had waited for decades, centuries, or even thousands of years. Perhaps, for the god in the depths of the 9 underworlds, waiting was also a torturous thing. Thus a change happened. In Little Forest Town, which had completely fallen into darkness, it was as if a pale hand had reached out from the endless depths of the 9 underworlds. That hand was so white that there was no trace of blood, but it was natural and contained Tao patterns. That hand had just reached out, and the entire space seemed to be shaking, as if it could not withstand such a mighty force. The white bone true pill moved on its own, turning into a stream of light and shooting out. It was the white bone god who finally could not hold back and paid a huge price to cross the border and attack. A faint voice seemed to sound from another time and space. I have returned from the 9 underworlds. Chapter 143. The pale hand reached out from the 9 nether, and the white bone true pill was thrown into the palm. Wang Zhangji's hand had already moved stiffly and unnaturally, as if he was activating a certain array pattern in response to a distant call. His tears were instantly cut off. The pale hand that reached out from the endless darkness seemed to be a sad sign. It announced that everything had fallen into an irreversible abyss. At this moment, the white bone true pill was caught. However, it was not the pale hand that caught it. Just as the white bone true pill flew to the palm of the pale hand, another hand intercepted it in advance. It clenched it tightly in an instant and suppressed it. It was a thin and old hand. It was the hand of Prime Minister Du Ruhui. He was no longer at the flying peak and was not trapped by Ouyang Lai. Instead, he was so close and yet so far away, plucking the fruit of the white bone path's decades of planning. At the same time, his feet were wrapped in black light as he stomped down. Get lost! How dare you, Ant? The voice from the abyss of the Yellow Springs was shocked and angry. At this moment, Wang Zhangji suddenly stopped and fled into the distance. He tore open the array and disappeared. The existence of the abyss of the Yellow Springs was naturally powerful, but he had crossed realms after all. The mark that anchored space could not bear too much power. The white bone path, who could truly bear his power, was actually fleeing at this moment. The white light and the black light entangled for a moment before dissipating. And the voice roared. Then, the pale hand was stomped back into the 9 nether. It was not until the situation was settled that all the survivors could see a huge and long saber mark coming from the southeast. From afar, it was as if the entire sky had been cut open. From the direction of the Maplewood City Dao Academy, a green light shot out and cooperated with the saber mark. In an instant, it tore open a hole in the array that enveloped the entire Maplewood City. It was precisely because of this temporarily torn passage that Du Ruhui was able to step into Little Forest Town. After that, Wang Zhangji also found a chance to escape. That saber mark came from the direction of the 3-mountain city. Its starting point was the Flying Peak. After crossing 2 major city regions, it still had such terrifying power. In the entire Zhuang kingdom, the owner of the saber mark was about to be revealed. At this moment, the Flying Cometh Peak was littered with the corpses of the White Bone sect disciples. The state of Zhuang guarded the largest nest of ferocious beasts in Qinghe County. At the foot of the mountain, the 8 Ghosts dragon locking formation had long been broken. If not for Du Ruhui's sudden departure, Ouyang Lai would have died in battle. However, this did not make him feel lucky. On the contrary, it made him sink into even deeper despair. If the White Bone God could successfully descend into the world and become a god, even if he died in battle, it would not be a big deal. With the ability of the gods in the present world, they could naturally gather the remnant souls and reconstruct their physical bodies. If the White Bone God didn't succeed, then even if he survived, it would be a huge failure. Besides, although he wasn't dead yet, he was barely hanging on by a thread. All of this was because of the armored man who stood halfway up the mountain with a huge glaive in his hand. He was the great general of the Ministry of War, Huang Fu Duanming. That mighty and majestic figure stood halfway up the mountain, but it was as if all the mountains were bowing down to him. In fact, when he saw Huang Fu Duanming, who was leading troops to fight the Mo kingdom at the front line, appear, Ouyang Lai knew that the situation was over. Huang Fu Duanming did not have the distance apart skill. There was only one reason why he could appear here. The Zhuang court had already known about the White Bone Path's plan, and they had set up a countermeasure specifically. Huang Fu Duanming joined forces with Du Ruhui and broke the 8 Ghosts' dragon-locking formation in a few breaths. Even the illusion of the gates of hell was destroyed. During the battle, Du Ruhui also killed all the White Bone Path cultivators who attacked the Flying Mountain. They would rather give up the battlefield at the front line, abandon the city, and sacrifice the entire Maplewood City. What was the Zhuang court's plan? Ouyang Lai did not dare to imagine. But it was not hard to imagine. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. That was no longer important. The only question he was thinking about now was how to survive. Survive and start all over again. In Maplewood City. For a moment, Lu Yen wondered if his nether eye had lost its sight. Otherwise, how could he have seen the White Bone God being kicked back to the 9 underworlds? Otherwise, how could he have made all the preparations but still failed in the end? He, Lu Yen, had planned for so many years. He did not hesitate to join the White Bone Path and endure all the hardship. Was it all for this illusory scene? Which part of the process went wrong? This must be an illusion, right? Was this an illusion? His years of planning were like a dream. Countless hardships were in vain. He was born with a pair of eyes that could see through yin and yang. He went back and forth between the netherworld and the human world, but he could no longer see the scenery he loved. Unlike Lu Yen, who had struggled for so many years in vain and was at a loss for a moment, Zhang Linchuan had made a decision early. Almost the moment the pale hand returned to the 9 underworlds, he had already turned around and sped away, leaving only a faint sentence. Elder Lu, I'll leave this to you. Emissary. Lu Yen was shocked and furious, but he could not bear to part with the completed array. He was still hoping that the White Bone God could turn the situation around. After all, that was a god. Thus, he hesitated for a moment. At this moment, in Maplewood City's Dao Academy, in Song Qifeng's alchemy room, the room collapsed. Amidst the flying dust, a figure rose from the ground. In the silent room, he coldly waited for Lu Yen to control the array and for the White Bone True Pill to be successfully refined. He immediately sent a message to Du Ruhui and cooperated with Huang Fu Duanming to break open the array and open a passage. He could finally use his full strength. However, the howls had stopped. His soul had been extinguished. In the prosperous Maplewood City, in the rising Maplewood City Dao Academy, the ancestral hall was solemn and solemn. People came and went in the Hall of Dao. The sound of reading in the Scripture Academy was bright and colorful in the Magic Academy. All the destruction that he felt was all that he had built. In front of the flying arrival peak, Huang Fu Duanming's saber was stronger than the last. He cut Ouyang Lai to the point that he could not fight back. They were both divine descent realm experts. Huang Fu Duanming held the military power of a country and was at the peak. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai had been hiding all these years. In Du Ruhui's words, he was already a skeleton in a grave. No matter what happened in the past, at least now, they were no longer on the same level. Not to mention that Ouyang Lai was currently heavily injured. All of his life-saving trump cards had been used up. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive Du Ruhui and Huang Fu Duanming's initial encirclement. He had not expected that the 2 political leaders of the Manor Court, who had always been at odds with each other, would have such a tacit understanding. Huang Fu Duanming was actually willing to put aside the battle on the front lines and lay in ambush here, all for the sake of opening a path for Du Ruhui. He realized that this so-called political conflict was just a trap. It would not end until there was enough profit to be made. This trap might not have been set up for the White Bone Path, but there was no better time to end it here. It's over. Huang Fu Duanming's Guan saber spun and cut off Ouyang Lai's head. All the thoughts in his mind were extinguished. His body and soul returned to the earth. The White Bone Path's Grand Elder, a heretical authority who had dominated the world for many years, had died just like that. Huang Fu Duanming reached out with his hand and prepared to take the ownerless image of the gates of the abyss. However, the stone door suddenly flashed, and a person wearing a white bone mask appeared next to it. "Brat, you dare!" The bone envoy made a gesture of pushing open the door and then entered the image of the gates of the abyss. Huang Fu Duanming furiously stomped forward with his guan saber. However, the image of the gates of the abyss only flashed for a moment before vanishing. Chapter 144. Inside Maplewood City. Dong-A leaped forward, his fists glowing with a clear light. Lu Yen snapped out of his daze and met his fists with hundreds of punches in an instant. No matter what, even if the white bone god failed to descend, as long as he was still alive, as long as Her Eminence was still around, all hope was not lost. Without such indomitable spirit, he would not have made it this far. Ouyang Lai had been the leader of the White Bone Path all these years, but he was actually the one in charge of planning. He planned the direction of the White Bone Path and decided on the big picture today. Now that he had lost, there was nothing to say. But that did not mean that he could not make a comeback. When they redeveloped the White Bone Path, the situation was not as good as it was now. Thinking up to this point, Lu Yan's spirits were lifted. "Little Dong-A, you dare to court death?" Once Lu Yan unleashed his full strength, with the help of the astral power, he broke Dong-A's fist with one punch. But that was not enough. He closed in and punched Dong-A's abdomen. But he could only see Dong-A's expressionless face with his nether eye getting closer and closer. Bang! Their heads collided. Half of Dong-A's forehead was smashed, and blood flowed from Lu Yan's forehead. But Dong-A just shook his head and hit him again. Lu Yan suddenly broke free from the restraints, kicked him away, and leaped back. He was used to seeing madness, so he was not afraid. He only found it troublesome. Then he saw that Dong-A's smashed abdomen and forehead were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a sweep of his nether eye, he saw the green seed of the divine ability in Dong-A's second residence. It represented a divine ability that would never end. The most important thing for an inner palace expert was to explore the 5 residences, and the highest achievement was to obtain a divine ability seed. Dong-A was also an inner palace expert who had obtained a divine ability, and he had succeeded in his second residence. In other words, Dong-A had 3 more chances to explore. His future was almost limitless. Such a powerhouse was actually pushed aside to a small city like Maplewood City to become the dean of a city Dao Academy. Although the political conflict between Du Ruhui and Huang Fu Duanming was just a setup, none of the officials knew about it before today. It could be seen how much injustice Dong-A had suffered in the past because of his character. Without my experience in Maplewood City, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the divine ability seed. Dong-Aling's face was as cold as steel, her voice was even colder than her face, shaking the whole area. "Therefore, Lu Yan, I will definitely kill you. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to this realm." Before his voice had even stopped, he had already charged forward once more. Pain gave people the opportunity to sharpen themselves, and the strong walked on the path of suffering. However, Lu Yan only sneered and said, "From top to bottom, the entire Zhuang country is full of hypocrisy. I thought that you, Dong-A, were different. You are indeed different. You are even more disgusting and hypocritical." He sent Dong-A flying with another punch. "Du Ruhui and Huang Fu Duanming, are these your backup plans? You should have known that the White Bone Path would welcome Her Eminence, and refined the White Bone True Pill. But you kept silent and did not say a word. You just watched as the entire city was annihilated. For the sake of this White Bone True Pellet, you used the entire city's citizens as a bargaining chip, sacrificing them for your own sake. What did Zhuang Gaoxian promise you? How are you different from my White Bone Path? You want to talk about sacrifice? You want revenge? Why don't you kill yourself first? An inner mansion realm cultivator had no chance of winning against an outer mansion realm cultivator. However, Dong-A relied on his endless growth divine ability to disregard his own life and put his life on the line. He actually managed to suppress Lu Yen for a while. As long as Du Ruhui completely removed the White Bone God's imprint, he would be able to free himself. When that time came, Lu Yen would have nowhere to run to against Du Ruhui, who was so close yet so far. However, Lu Yen calmed down and revealed a ruthless expression. I'd like to see how long your incomplete, endless growth mystique can last. The inner mansion realm's divine ability seeds were only seeds, and were not complete. Therefore, although Dong-A had the terrifying endless growth divine ability, it did not mean that he was immortal. As long as a certain limit was broken, the divine ability seed would also collapse. Lu Yen became ruthless and continued to advance. Suddenly, his nether eye turned and he rose up. He saw a change. Although Dong-A did not know, he already had the instinctive premonition of an expert. The real battlefield was never in Maplewood City, but in the original location of Little Forest Town. At this moment, in the place where the White Bone True Pill was being refined, a large piece of black peeled off, and the entire space was torn apart. Almost endless netherworld energy poured in. The White Bone God, who was in the netherworld, gave up on his efforts to descend to the present world. Instead, he wanted to use the lifeless and indestructible formation and the White Bone imprint to drag the entire Maplewood City into the netherworld. The divine power consumed by this action was immeasurable, but once it was completed, Du Ruhui, Dong-A, and the others would die. They could also easily take back the White Bone True Pill. Let's go. Du Ruhui, who was removing the White Bone imprint, made a prompt decision. He suddenly appeared beside Dong-A, grabbed him, and left. This also meant that he had given up on the last batch of people in the entire Maplewood City who had not died yet. From now on, the Maplewood City would disappear from the human world, and the earth would sink into the netherworld. Outside Maplewood City, a pair of brother and sister were pacing back and forth. They were waiting for an ending, but they were also afraid of that ending. Brother, where are we going? I don't know. Maybe Qinghe City or Xianan City, Jiang Wang thought. Brother, are we still going home? Jiang Wang looked at the Maplewood City that was completely shrouded in fog and said slowly, We don't have a home anymore. Jiang Anan was silent for a while and asked again, then Brother Ruqing, Brother Lingyi, Brother Zhan, eldest junior brother Tang Dun, Sir, do they still have them? They were all gone. Jiang Wang thought. He held back his tears and comforted her. I don't know. Maybe they also escaped, but they are not in the same direction as us. Jiang Anan gently leaned her head on her brother's back. Then we can go find them. This world is too big. Once we are separated, we may never find them again. Then when I grow up, I will go find them with you. Okay. Brother? Brother is here. Can I still drink mutton soup and eat osmanthus cake in the future? And the sugar figurines in Phoenix Creek Town? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But there are many delicious things in this world. Brother will take you to eat other things in the future. Anan was very sensible and replied, Okay. At this moment, Jiang Wang heard the sound that shook the entire region. It was Dong-A and Lu Yan's voices. He understood everything. Everything was clear. Why did the Zhuang court not react when he had reported it? Why did the Maplewood region fall into the abyss when this disaster could have been avoided? His most trusted teacher had covered up everything. Dong-A, who he respected, was moved and was close to, brought him the deepest and most painful deception. Jiang Wang no longer hesitated and no longer lingered. He turned around with Jiang Anan on his back and ran away. Although the Zhuang country was big, there was no longer an inch of land that he could not bear to leave. From now on, he had no home. What was a real homeless dog? He had no home and no people in his home. Brother, where are we going? Let's leave here. Leave Lingyi, Zhao Ruqing, Huang Azan, Wei Yan, Zhao Lang, and Xiao Tianmian leave Qingdao Academy, Kai's Mutton Shop, Suwaijai, Du Duong Wangyue Restaurant, Gui Xiangzhai, and their home in Pegasus Lane, leave the people they used to love and the place they used to live. Because they could never go back. That place belonged to the netherworld in the future. The disaster lasted for a whole day. The sun had already set. But unlike the Maplewood region that had fallen into eternal darkness, the world outside the Maplewood region still had some light. It was the light of the human world, the starlight and the moonlight. Jiang Wang carried Jiang Anan and went far away. This place was my home. But from now on, he only had Jiang Anan and no longer had peace of mind. At this time, the galaxy was as before and the bright moon was in the sky. The first volume, The Bright Moon in the Sky, ended. Tomorrow, he would write the summary and thoughts at the end of the volume. At the same time, he would open the next volume. Chapter 145. On the surface of Qing River, a large ship was sailing through the waves. The part of the ship that was in contact with the surface of the water had many fin-like objects flying up and down. This was a 100-fin ship made by the Mahists' mechanical technique. It imitated the fins of fish that assisted in swimming. A dozen men stepped on the water wheel at the bottom of the ship to push these fins and speed up the ship. Of course, it was faster without using manpower. One only needed to put Tao essence stones into the formation plate carved by the Mahist cultivators. However, it was obviously cheaper than using manpower. This large ship could carry 200 people, which was considered good in the waters of the entire Zhuang country. It was a government ship, but it also operated passenger and freight businesses. Duyehu was on this 100-fin ship. Maplewood City was located in the northeast of Zhuang country, and Jiujiang City was in the west. It was the most convenient to go to Qing River first. The military was strictly controlled. He finally had a long vacation. After boarding the ship, he drank a jar of strong wine and fell asleep. He only woke up now and came out to enjoy the river breeze. It was already winter, but because New Year's Eve was approaching, the people on the ship were still very noisy. At this time of the year, most of the people on the ship were travelers returning to Wangjiang, Maplewood, and the Three Mountains. Duyehu leaned close to the crowd and listened quietly for a while. He found that there was not a single native accent of Maplewood City. He curled his lips in boredom and returned to the cabin alone. Not long after, he came out with big and small bags. Taking advantage of the short time when the ship was docking, he got off the ship alone. There was still a water route from here to Wangjiang City, so he was the only one who got off the ship. In such cold weather, Qing River was not a problem, but Luliu River would probably be frozen. Therefore, it should be more convenient to take the dry road from here. These things were taught by the military captain who claimed to have traveled all over the mountains and rivers of Zhuang country. It was very useful. The bags were filled with gifts that he had carefully prepared. There were specialties from Mount Tai Commandery. Jiujiang City had no specialties other than ferocious beasts, spoils from the battlefield, and some good things that were specially provided for Jiujiang profound armor. In short, Tiger Du dared to guarantee that he would definitely make those bumpkins happy. His little sister An would definitely grab his big beard and fiercely kiss him twice. Both of his hands were full. From afar, he looked like a moving shelf, but Duyehu didn't feel tired at all. It had been many years. He had spent the new year with Ling He, Jiang Wang, Fang Pengju, and Zhao Ruqing. He and Ling He didn't have a home. Jiang Wang's trip back to Phoenix Creek Town was also hurried. Fang Pengju didn't like to stay in the clan's land, and Zhao Ruqing didn't stay at home much either. Therefore, the five of them were always together. This year, there was no Fang Pengju, but there was Jiang Anan. Thinking of Jiang Anan's cute little face, Duyehu couldn't help but grin. His blood relatives were all gone. Jiang Wang and the others were his blood brothers, and Jiang Anan was his blood sister. Wasn't he trying his best to climb up the 9 rivers' profound armor just to show off in front of his brothers and receive the adoring gazes of his sisters? Before he left, he had made an appointment with Jiang Wang to compete in the cultivation speed of the 4 spirits body refining technique. Now that he was walking the path of the ancient military school's blood chi, he had mastered the 4 spirits body refining technique, and the 4 spirits had converged. It was time to let his third brother know who the big brother was. Du Yehu advanced very quickly. The closer he got to home, the faster his footsteps became. He took large strides and ran on the road, eager to return home. Stop! When he was still some distance away from Maplewood City, a group of soldiers stopped him. What? Du Yehu stopped and asked unhappily, showing the 9 rivers profound armor soldier tag on his waist. The soldiers looked at each other. The leader saluted and said, "Sir, we can't go any further." Why? Du Yehu suddenly had a bad premonition. The soldiers looked at the bags on his body and roughly understood why he was here. They couldn't help but show sympathy. "You probably left the camp early and missed the notice," the soldier said carefully. "The evil sect, the White Bone Path, is wreaking havoc here. They sacrificed the entire Maplewood City to welcome the evil god. Although the scheme was exposed by Maplewood City's Tao Academy Dean Dong Ah and even alarmed the state minister, the entire Maplewood City has already fallen into the netherworld. Living people are not allowed to enter." Thump, thump. Even with Du Yehu's strength, he couldn't grab the bags and let them fall to the ground. "What about the people in the city?" he asked, trembling. The soldier sighed. "They're all gone, crack." Du Yehu was startled by this sound. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had inadvertently stepped into the ground and sunk several inches into it. He pulled his foot out and heard a wailing voice next to him. "Gone, gone, all gone. Everything's gone." Du Yehu looked over and saw a man with bags on his back crying on the ground. His voice was already hoarse. After crying for a while, he truly ran out of energy and stopped for a while. After a while, he began to wail again. From the looks of it, he was also a villager returning to Maplewood City. He was stopped on the way home. "Dong Ah, Dong Ah. Dong Ah is our Dean." Du Yehu suddenly seemed to have grasped something and asked excitedly, "Since it was Dean Dong who exposed the evil cult scheme, the cultivators of the Tao Academy should have all escaped, right?" The soldier said apologetically. "Other than Dean Dong, no one was able to escape, including the instructors and students." Du Yehu sat down on the ground and scratched his head. "No, no, no," he muttered to himself in a daze. "Boss, don't you have great wisdom? Third brother, aren't you better at fighting than me? Fifth brother, aren't you smarter than me? Why are they all gone? Why are they all gone?" After muttering to himself, he shouted, "You 3 big men, how can you not even take care of an N? I don't believe it." He muttered for a while, then suddenly stood up and gathered the gifts he brought. He hugged them into a ball and rushed towards Maplewood City without looking back. "Sir, you can't go there." The soldier reached out to stop him, but Du Yehu was already far away in a few leaps. "Let him go." The soldier next to him sighed. "He can't enter the netherworld anyway. It's good to see it from afar." According to the memories of the soldiers who sealed off the periphery of Maplewood City, the entire Maplewood City had been very quiet ever since it fell into the netherworld. Only around New Year's Eve that year, for some reason, there were sorrowful cries like the roars of trapped beasts that didn't stop for 3 days. The mountain was high and the road was long. Jiang Anan slept and woke up on her brother's back. They traveled during the day and cultivated at night, sometimes in a cave, sometimes in a tree. They ate and slept in the open, and could only eat some wild fruits to satisfy their hunger. But she was very sensible and didn't complain even once. She knew that her brother would only be more tired and work harder. There were several times when she wanted to get down and walk by herself, but Jiang Wang wouldn't let her. The sky gradually darkened, and it was time to rest again. Jiang Anan liked the night the most, not only because of the stars, but also because her brother could finally stop and talk to her. After leaving Maplewood City, her brother didn't talk much. According to previous experience, her brother should find a cave, light a bonfire, and let her rest in his arms. But tonight, Jiang Wang carried her all the way up the mountain, all the way to the top of the mountain. The cold wind at the top of the mountain was biting cold, and her little face was red from the cold. Her body was fine, and the animal skin wrapped around her was very warm. Jiang Wang put her down from his back and held her little hand. The brother and sister looked around at the top of the mountain and saw that the stars were sparse and the wilderness was peaceful. The distant mountains were hidden in the curtain of the night, stretching under their feet. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Jiang Anan asked. "Tonight is New Year's Eve." Jiang Wang asked slowly. "Anan, do you want to see fireworks?" "Yes." Jiang Anan immediately answered, but she quickly shook her head. Anan doesn't want to. She probably also knew that now was not the same as when they were in Maplewood City. Where could they find fireworks in the wilderness? She knew that no matter what she wanted, her brother would do his best for her, so she was not willing to ask for extravagant things. Jiang Wang squeezed her little hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Look." He let go of Jiang Anan and flicked his finger in the air. A flaming flower flew high and bloomed brilliantly. His 10 fingers moved together, and flaming flowers rose one after another, blooming in the night sky one after another. They exploded into starlight that filled the sky. It was as if the stars in the sky had fallen into the human world. Every speck of starlight was like a person who had passed away. Although the body and soul were destroyed, the light was eternal. This was New Year's Eve of the year 3917 of the Taoist calendar. On the top of a nameless mountain, Jiang Wang set off fireworks for his sister in the middle of the night. P.S. I hope that everyone can subscribe and vote more. This is the greatest support for the author. If you can also help to promote this book, I will be very grateful. As for giving out rewards, it is a form of friendship. Please do what you can and don't force yourself. Then, I will update 3 times a day until it is enough for Alliance Master Uriel to update 123 times. The day of addition was at 0:00 in the morning. Also, I will try to update the Alliance Master's cotton padded jacket next week. Chapter 146. Yun Nation was located in the northeast of Zhuang Nation and had many mountains within its borders. As the capital of Yun Nation, Yun City was located on the highest mountain within its borders, Snow-Embracing Mountain. When Yun City was first built, the Lingshao Pavilion Master at that time cut down the mountain as a platform to build the city because of the harsh environment below the mountain. After that, when Yun Nation built its main cities, they followed this example. Because the city was generally built on high mountains, the terrain was extremely high, as if it was above the clouds. Therefore, it was called a country above the cloud. There were 2 paths to Shangyun City. One was a ropeway that connected the other main cities. The other was a huge stone staircase built from the foot of the mountain. This staircase was also called the Cloud Ascending Staircase. Yun Nation was rich and overbearing, so they invited a Mahist engineer to preside over the design. Most of the main cities were connected by ropeways. The ropeways were made from the tan tendons of powerful demonic beasts and soaked in iron tongue tree oil. They were known to be very sturdy and wouldn't rot for 100 years. They were indeed replaced once every 100 years, and during this period, there were no natural ruptures. The people of Yun Nation used the mechanical carriages that slid through the ropeways at a fixed time to go back and forth between the cities. Because they all traveled in a straight line high in the sky, the speed was extremely fast. The cities of Yun Nation interacted more than the other nations. This was probably one of the reasons why Yun Nation's commerce was developed. The most magnificent spectacle of the snow-embracing mountain was the Rainbow Bridge that connected Yun City to the 4 main cities. It was said that the Lingxiao Pavilion's founder created it with great strength. The clouds gathered as the road and the rainbow as the bridge. These 4 cities became the central cities second only to Yun City. Since then, Yun Nation gradually grew stronger, but no other city could have such an honor. If one ignored the expensive material of the stone staircase and the engraved pattern on the stone slab, the cloud-ascending staircase itself was nothing special. After so many years, the cloud-ascending staircase was still spotless. Jiang Wang climbed the last step with an on his back. His face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. He looked up at the towering archway of Yun City and went straight to Yun City. Although the brother and sister were travel-worn and the animal skin wrapped around and didn't look like she came from a rich family, nothing happened. Yun Nation's commerce was developed and didn't prohibit visitors from coming in and out. However, the city tax was higher. It was not difficult for Jiang Wang to obtain some gold and silver. He could easily earn enough money to spend on whatever he did on the road. After asking the city guards, Jiang Wang learned that High Heaven Pavilion was not in Cloud City. Above Cloud City. But they didn't know how to enter High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, Jiang Anan brought the little cloud crane with her. Under Jiang Wang's instructions, she wrote a few words seriously and released the little cloud crane. The cloud crane flew into the air and seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, it flapped its wings and flew into the clouds. Not knowing when Yi Qingyu would see the letter, Jiang Wang took Jiang Anan to stroll around Yunqing, mainly to see some local specialties. For example, the cloudberry was said to grow in the cloud. After biting through the skin, the juice could be drunk directly. This fruit had a total of 5 different colors, and each color had a different taste. Another example would be the rainbow cloud candy. This candy was like a rainbow cloud. When one bit into it, there were 7 different kinds of sweetness. Jiang Wang didn't restrict Jiang Anan from eating sweets today. He let her eat as much as she wanted and her belly was round. Jiang Anan saw Yi Qingyu when she was eating Kaiyun candy. The whole long street suddenly became quiet. The originally bright sky was suddenly torn apart. The sky was not the sky, but a painting. After the painting was torn apart, one could see behind the opening. There were pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. The exquisite workmanship was magnificent. So High Heaven Pavilion was here. After the sky. In the dense immortal energy, the clouds and mist formed stairs. A woman in the painting slowly walked down the cloud stairs and walked in front of Jiang Anan and her sister. She didn't wear a veil today. Her pair of thin eyebrows were slightly curved like autumn shadows, and her eyes were pure and bright like clear waves. Her jade-like nose was slightly straight, and her red lips were lightly pursed. Her face was so bright and beautiful that the whole street lost its color. Not to mention her tall and graceful figure. Just by standing there, she was already a scenery. Jiang Anan's big eyes lit up. She waved her hand vigorously. Sister Qingyu. The 2 of them had been pen pals for a long time. They had seen each other many times in the shadow recording stone, but this was the first time they met in real life. Yi Qingyu walked over and touched Jiang Anan's small head with a smile. Then she looked at Jiang Wang with a rather complicated expression. Is fellow Taoist Jiang all right? Yun Country and Zhuang Country could be considered neighbors, and Maplewood City was a border city in the northeast of Zhuang Country. The whole city was sacrificed by evil sects and fell into the netherworld. It was impossible for Yi Qingyu to not know about such a big event. She was sincerely grateful to Jiang Wang. She was purely fond of Jiang Anan. She had already established a certain degree of bond with him through letters. After she received the news, she was upset for a long time. If she hadn't received Jiang Anan's letter today, She would have thought that her two friends in foreign countries had met with misfortune. She was very surprised to learn that Jiang Wang and his sister had come to Cloud City. So she didn't care about shocking the world and directly tore open the sky to enter Cloud City. The young man had a head full of white hair and looked travel-worn. No matter what, he couldn't be described as good. Not very good, Jiang Wang said with a wry smile. He had already made his decision outside Maplewood City, so he didn't hesitate and said directly, "Back in Sanshan City, fellow Taoist, ye gave me a cloud command. Now it's been lost in Maplewood City, but I still want to ask shamelessly, is it still effective?" "Of course," Yi Qingyu said seriously. "Although the cloud command was lost, Qingyu's promise hasn't been lost. Fellow Taoist Jiang, if you have any requests, please don't hesitate to tell me." Jiang Wang tightened his grip on Jiang Ainan's small hand, then let go. And then seemed to have realized something and grabbed Jiang Wang with a backhand grip. "Can fellow Taoist ye take care of Ainan and let her cultivate in Lingshao Pavilion?" Jiang Wang forced himself not to look at his sister. He looked straight into Yi Qingyu's eyes and said, "I have to go to a very dangerous place. I can't take care of her." "Sure," Yi Qingyu answered very straightforwardly. "Big brother." Jiang Ainan's big eyes were suddenly filled with tears. "You don't want Ainan anymore?" Jiang Wang felt like his heart was being crushed. He crouched down and gently hugged his sister. "Ainan, Big Brother will never abandon you. But right now, Big Brother has to do something very important and can't protect you. That's why I sent you here to stay for a while. It's just temporary. Big Brother will definitely come back to pick you up, okay?" "No." Jiang Ainan pouted and looked at Jiang Wang with teary eyes. "Can I say no, Big Brother?" "I'm sorry." Jiang Wang rubbed Jiang Ainan's small head. He steeled his heart, picked her up, and put her in Yi Qingyu's arms. "I don't have anything now, but I promise you in my name, Jiang Wang. All the resources Lingshao Pavilion invested in Ainan will be repaid in the future. From today onwards, Jiang Ainan is a member of Lingshao Pavilion. Lingshao Pavilion will train her, take care of her, and protect her. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Jiang," Yi Qingyu solemnly promised. After the destruction of Maplewood City, the surviving youths would always want to do something. She didn't ask where Jiang Wang was going or what he was going to do. She just did her duty as a friend and tried her best to let him have no worries. It wasn't that she didn't think of stopping Jiang Wang and keeping him to cultivate on behalf of Lingshao Pavilion. It was true that breaking the rules like this would cause a lot of dissatisfaction, but it wasn't that her father couldn't bear this degree of willfulness. It was just that she noticed the youth's eyes. Wrapped in endless pain and suffering was a kind of calmness. He must have thought about it carefully. He must have wandered in pain. In the end, he made his own calm decision. This kind of calmness often represented irreversible persistence. Jiang Wang solemnly bowed to Yi Qingyu and suddenly turned around. Jiang Ainan's tears fell like rain in Yi Qingyu's arms, but she didn't let herself cry out loud. Because she knew that her brother would be very sad. The little her watched her brother's lonely back get farther and farther away. The crowd was bustling and the sky was bright. The sunlight of the entire Cloud City seemed to be divided into two. One hit the stairs formed by clouds and mist. Yi Qingyu held Jiang Ainan, who was staring blankly at the foot of the mountain, and slowly walked into the sky. The other hit the winding cloud stairs of snow-embracing mountain. The white-haired youth only left Cloud City with his back and walked down the mountain alone. Chapter 147. At the start of the new year, a piece of news shocked the world. The White Bone Path, which had been silent for hundreds of years, reappeared and opened the gates of hell in Zhuang Country's Qinghe County's Maplewood City. They sacrificed the entire city with the lifeless formation to refine the White Bone True Pill. This pill was known as the Yellow Springs Rebirth, and it could help a White Bone Path disciple achieve peak combat strength. From there, the white bone evil god would descend into the world. Maplewood City's Tao Academy's Dean Dong heard about this and defeated the White Bone Path disciples' scheme. He joined forces with Zhuang Country's Prime Minister Du Ruhui to snatch the White Bone True Pill from the White Bone Evil God and offered it to the Zhuang Emperor. Only then did the world know that the Zhuang Emperor had been sitting in the palace for many years. In name, he was cultivating, but in reality, he was recuperating. When the Zhuang Country's new emperor ascended the throne, the new emperor, Zhuang Gaoxian, worked hard to govern the country. The Yong country provoked him time and time again. This was already an old matter. Since the establishment of the Zhuang country, the conflict with the Yong country had never stopped. Even the Zhuang country citizens were used to this. Of course, the Zhuang country was always at a disadvantage. However, no one expected Zhuang Gaoxian to be so courageous. He smashed the dragon throne in the main hall and personally led the troops into battle. With the strength of a small country, he attacked the Yong country, and he achieved a great victory. He personally killed the Yong country's border general. This battle became famous throughout the world. This battle brought peace to the Zhuang country's border for more than 10 years. After the battle, Zhuang Gaoxian announced that he was going into seclusion. Everyone thought that he was going to break through to the realm above God Ascension. The entire Zhuang court kept this a secret, so no one knew that he had been recuperating in the palace all these years. The reason why this news was known to the world was because it was no longer a problem. Zhuang Gaoxian swallowed the White Bone True Pill. Not only did his injuries recover, but he also reached the truth realm. From then on, he could be called an enlightened master. At that time, the Zhuang country was at war with the Mo country in the south. As the great general Huang Fu Duanming was not there, the Zhuang country lost 3 cities. Zhuang Gaoxian, who had broken through, easily killed the Mo countries of truth, forced the Mo country to give up 10 cities. The Zhuang country. This year, Zhuang Gaoxian's reign. Of the surrounding of the Zhuang country of the Zhuang country of the Zhuang country. Maplewood City's Tao Academy's Dean, Dong A, had contributed greatly and was promoted to Zhuang country's deputy minister. He had become Du Ruhui's right-hand man and was in charge of criminal matters. His status was not below that of the Grand Minister of the Arrest Department. From then on, he was left out of the political center. Now that he had risen up, he could be said to be the most popular official in the Zhuang court. Dong A's deeds also inspired many people. When Jiang Wang learned of this news, he had already left the Yun nation and traveled a long way. At that time, he was drinking silently in a restaurant in a foreign country. Although he was drinking, he was mainly listening to the conversations of the people in the restaurant so that he could roughly understand the current situation of the world. She heard people excitedly discussing the Zhuang kingdom, and some people even expressed their desire to go to the Zhuang kingdom to fight for a way out. Jiang Wang didn't feel proud at all. Instead, he felt cold all over. The news was half true and half false. For example, the opening of the gates of hell and the 100 Ghosts parade were things that happened before Shaolin Town. For example, Dong A foiled the conspiracy of the White Bone Path. It was obvious that Jiang Wang had seen through the conspiracy of the White Bone Path and reported it to Dong A. He risked his life to protect his homeland. Dong A took advantage of the situation and set up a trap. She sacrificed countless lives in the entire city to obtain the White Bone True Pellet and use it as a stepping stone for her own advancement. Prime Minister Du Ruhui, General Huang Fu Duanming, and even the Zhuang Emperor, Zhuang Gaoxian, were all accomplices. Now that they had won fame and the admiration of the people, who would still remember the countless innocent souls in the Maplewood City area? At first, 1 city was destroyed and 3 cities were captured. Later, when they recaptured 3 cities, they also took away 10 cities. It seemed like they had made a huge profit. The Zhuang Emperor was wise and powerful, and the Zhuang ministers were resourceful and decisive. However, was gain and loss just a simple addition and subtraction of numbers? Those innocent people who died, those who trusted the country, the imperial court, and the monarch, how innocent were they? Who would still remember their so-called sacrifice? Teacher, do you really want to return to Xian and city so badly? Jiang Wang got up and returned to the guest room. After a while, the waiter came to clean the table, but only saw a pile of fine porcelain powder on the table. Great illusionary land, cave palace mountain blessed land. Jiang Wang waited for a while before receiving Zhen Wudi's fat paper crane. He opened the letter and saw the words on it. 7th of March. Linhai County, Chi. The message was concise and clear. During this period, Zhen Wudi had been forced by his family to cultivate crazily. He even had to set a time limit to drink a cup of water. It was really hard to squeeze out any free time. For the current Jiang Wang, he had things that he had to do. He also had firm goals and plans. He wanted to make the people who were responsible for the collapse of Maplewood City pay the price. However, the prerequisite for all of this was strength. The first thing that Jiang Wang thought of was the Tianfu mystic land that Zhen Wudi had mentioned. After leaving Maplewood City, he sent a letter to Zhen Wudi, saying that he wanted to participate in the exploration of the Tianfu mystic land. He asked if there were any spots left. Zhen Wudi agreed readily. Today, he sent a letter to inform him that the opening time of the Tianfu mystic land had been confirmed. He had to reach Linhai County, Chi, before the 7th of March. He didn't know the specific situation of the Tianfu mystic land, but if it was valued by someone like Zhen Wudi, it would definitely be unimaginable. Of course, it would be dangerous. This was also the reason why Jiang Wang sent Jiang Anan to Lingxiao Pavilion first. Chi was one of the strongest countries in the world. It was close to the East Sea. From the Yun nation to Chi, one had to pass through 17 countries and 3 sections. In this great era, the heroes of the world rose together. The political structure was not completely the same. There were Taoist countries like the Zhuang country that respected Taoism as their national religion. There were also neutral countries like the Yun nation that depended on Lingxiao Pavilion. Some countries were tolerant and the major sects in the country competed with each other. Some countries had strong political power and all the sects in the country were controlled and forbidden. Some places didn't have countries. Those powerful sects were like countries. Traveling thousands of miles from the Yun nation to the Qi nation, the scenery was completely different. Yi Qingyu gave him a cloud crane. Because his address was not fixed, the cloud crane could find its master by its innate connection with its master, but it didn't have the ability to find others all over the world. So he could only take the initiative to write to Anan, and Anan would reply when she received the letter. Every time Jiang Wang went to a place, he would record the local scenery and share it with Anan and Yi Qingyu. Anan would also talk about her life in Lingxiao Pavilion. But as he went further and further, the cloud crane's reply became slower and slower. Jiang Wang didn't rush. Instead, he cultivated and experienced the world. At this time, he had enough experience and didn't need to suppress his cultivation. The first small cycle he established was the sun, moon, and stars. It was his passion and ideal. Now that he had reached this point, he had already established the second minor circulation. It was the mountains and rivers, the road under his feet, the changes of time, and the scenery along the way. In the third small cycle, he began to think about himself. He thought about the road he had walked, the people he had met, and the things he had experienced. He wanted to ask himself why he came and where he was going. To Jiang Wang, this was his journey, but it was also his cultivation. He must participate in the heaven's secret realm in his best state. Not long after he left the great illusionary realm, Jiang Wang suddenly felt the whole room shake. Then he heard bang, bang, bang. It was a low and distant muffled sound. He was finally sure that it wasn't an illusion. because with this sound the whole room, no, the whole ground was shaking faintly. Jiang Wang rushed out of the window and jumped to the rooftop of the restaurant. Then he saw, a huge tortoise-like behemoth was walking forward step by step with its head held high. Every step it took made the whole ground tremble. How big was this behemoth? Just its thick and short legs were taller than the city tower Jiang Wang was in, and on its tortoiseshell, Jiang Wang saw pavilions, towers, and people coming and going. It was a huge city. Chapter 148. At this moment, there were many people standing on the rooftop who came to see the huge beast. Some of them even stood on the nearby rooftops, but most of them were foreigners. Jiang Wang noticed that the locals seemed to be accustomed to this. Some made tea, some ate rice, and most of them did their own things in an orderly manner. Ah! At this moment, he heard a high-pitched chant. Jiang Wang turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking man in scholarly robes with an extremely high forehead. He was shaking his head while facing the huge beast outside the city. It was often said that those elegant people would climb high and write poems when they reached the top. Presumably, this Confucian cultivator was also in a good mood when he saw the huge beast in the city. Although Jiang Wang wasn't interested in poetry, he couldn't help but be somewhat curious when he saw this scene. Then, he heard the tall man in scholarly robes recite in an extremely exaggerated tone, "Today, I've come to Yugua to broaden my horizons. This huge tortoise is huge, huge, huge." After he finished reciting, he even turned left and right, probably wanting to welcome the applause and praise of the audience. However, after looking around, everyone's gazes retreated in defeat, their faces full of disdain. Only Jiang Wang, who had experienced many hardships, wasn't moved by this lousy poem. He cleared his throat and walked to Jiang Wang's side without any embarrassment. "Uncle, you look very experienced and different from the common people. May I ask if this is your first time coming to Yugua?" "Uncle?" Jiang Wang was stunned for a while before he realized that the man was talking to him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Have I finally fallen to the same state as Tiger do? Have I become old when I'm young? He didn't show it on his face, nor did he try to defend himself. He only said indifferently, "Yes." He trekked all the way just to hasten on his journey and cultivate. He didn't want to fight, and he didn't want to come into contact with people. However, the tall man didn't seem to notice his indifference. Instead, he said excitedly, "I didn't expect Uncle's voice to be so young. Apart from your hair, you haven't aged at all. You're really good at retaining your youthful appearance." Jiang Wang didn't want to answer this question, so he intentionally ignored it and only cast his gaze on the huge beast outside the city. He hoped this man would retreat when he was ignored. He noticed a group of officials in the city hurriedly walking out of the city with scrolls in their hands. A huge staircase slowly lowered down from the city on the huge beast's back. Each flight of stairs could accommodate dozens of people. The officials from the lower city went up the stairs, and the stairs automatically shrank, pulling them all into the city on the back of the giant beast. There is only one upper city in the entire blessed nation, which is their capital city. All the nobles and ministers live in the capital city. He was carried by the tortoise beast and patrolled the entire territory. This turtle beast would never stop. Every time it traveled through the entire territory, it would take about half a year. Every time we arrive at a city, the officials in the lower city have to go up and report on their work. The tall man stood beside Jiang Wang and explained, "Look, those sons of B***cheese are all wretched and cautious. If you are ranked the worst in the evaluation, you will be removed from your position and eaten up." Yu country was the third country that Jiang Wang had passed by on his way here. Its political ecology and operation style were different from any other country that he had seen. It was indeed an eye-opener for him. Jiang Wang noticed that some people's eyes were not right. Considering that they were in the Yu country, it was indeed inappropriate to say that their officials were cowards. Therefore, he gave the tall man a look, indicating that he should pay attention to his words. Unexpectedly, the tall man received the look and mistook the warning for encouragement. He suddenly became excited and said, "Uncle, you think so too, right? I don't know how the ancestor of you country got together with this turtle beast and built a city on its shell. Since then, it has been called the Blessed Nation. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny." He laughed for a while, but found that Jiang Wang did not laugh with him, so he felt rather bored and stopped. At this time, he heard an angry voice behind him. "What turtle beast? Our divine guardian beast is Baxia. The dragon has 9 sons and Baxia is the 6th. It can bring prosperity to the people and make them live long." "What? Baxia? The dragon race has already gone extinct, and the dragon has 9 sons?" The tall man in scholarly robes refuted loudly and sternly. He turned around and said, "The dragon is gone. Who gave birth to them?" His voice became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. This was because he found that the roof of the restaurant was already full of people, and most of them were glaring at him. Then, he looked at the armor that was popular in Yu country. I suddenly have an unbearable abdominal pain." The tall man held his stomach with one hand and walked downstairs with the other hand. Excuse me, goodbye." The crowd rushed forward, and his screams gradually faded away. However, there was still a group of people who stayed and surrounded Jiang Wang. One of them pointed and said, "They're in cahoots." Jiang Wang hurriedly explained, "I don't know that tall man at all." The voice of the man in scholarly robes came from afar. "How dare you say you don't know me, Su Xiangqian?" It was interrupted by another scream. Jiang Wang secretly clenched his teeth. This troublemaker was really sarcastic. He did not forget to say something while he was being beaten, probably to take revenge on Jiang Wang for not reminding him in time. Seeing that the crowd was getting closer and closer, the crowd became agitated and there was no room for explanation. Jiang Wang was standing on the edge of the roof at this time. He took the opportunity to fall back and landed on the long street. Darting left and right, he got into the crowd in a few moves. "Catch this white-haired old man!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few cultivators in the crowd jumped down one after another, but Jiang Wang had already disappeared. He crossed a few streets and squeezed through the crowd a few times. While he was at it, he picked up a cloak from a stall and left a silver ingot. When he came out again, his long hair was tied up and the cloak was put on. With his conspicuous white hair covered, Jiang Wang blended into the crowd like a drop of water. The minor circulatory cycle was his yearning for the sun, moon, and stars. Building the major circulatory cycle required him to further understand the world and understand his heart. Only then could he improve his realm. He did not want to cause trouble. He only wanted to quietly feel the atmosphere of this city. Therefore, not only did he not care about being called an old man and being chased and beaten, he did not even plan to look for trouble with that despicable Su Xiangqian. A huge turtle beast suspected to be the descendant of Baxia protected the stability of this small country. Therefore, there was no need to maintain too many troops, and the cultivators who protected the country did not have to work too hard. They were born to enjoy the hard-won peace and tranquility of other countries. It was not wrong to say that this was a country protected by the heavens. Jiang Wang silently thought as he felt the peaceful atmosphere in the city. He walked through the streets and alleys while eating a type of sugar called burning cloud, feeling the sweetness of the sugar burning between his lips and teeth. He began to understand why An liked to eat sweets so much. He began to think about An again. Suddenly, he heard suppressed sobs coming from behind a high wall. Jiang Wang did not want to pay attention to it, but the voice gradually became fainter and fainter, and it began to carry a hint of evil. "Woo-woo, cousin is going to die. I feel so bad, so bad. I curse you. I curse all of you. Jiang Wang pressed his hand on his sword and jumped behind the high wall. This kind of cursing shamans was quite similar to that of a cult. Ever since the White Bone Path, Jiang Wang had become very sensitive to cults and evil gods. He could not ignore them or ignore them. He did not want anything like what happened in Maplewood City to happen again. Chapter 149. He leaped over the tall wall and dove down. His Tao essence surged and flames blossomed. A half-squatting woman in the corner suddenly turned her head in shock. Jiang Wang forcibly stopped himself. He grabbed the flame-extinguishing flower and landed in front of her. This was because he noticed that this woman didn't have any Tao essence fluctuations, and her eyes were misty. She didn't look like she was completely awake. He then looked at the burning paper doll in front of her. That was where the evil feeling came from. Jiang Wang crushed the paper doll with his palm. The woman's eyes cleared. She looked at Jiang Wang, who was wearing a cloak and holding a long sword. She said uneasily, "Who are you? Don't come any closer. I'm going to call for help." Jiang Wang lifted his cloak and revealed his young face. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" This woman had a gentle and pleasant face. At this moment, her panicked and helpless expression made her look even more pitiful. She reached behind her back to grab the paper doll. She was probably trying to hide the evidence. At the same time, she suddenly thought of something and said stubbornly, "This is my home. Why do you care what I do?" She only saw a blur in front of her. The cloaked young man in front of her seemed to have moved, but also didn't seem to have moved. The only difference was, he was holding a burned paper doll in his hand. "Give it back to me," she yelled. Jiang Wang turned the paper doll over and over again for a long time. He was sure that it was indeed a bit evil. However, what puzzled him was that this paper doll only had 2 words written on its chest: curse. Apart from that, there was nothing written on it. Even simple curses like falling down or falling into a pit weren't written, let alone the words that corresponded to the ritual. The word curse sounded simple, but in order to put it into practice, it usually had a more specific direction, such as shortening one's lifespan. The scene before him didn't conform to Jiang Wang's understanding at all. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you cursing?" The woman probably saw Jiang Wang's speed and knew that she couldn't resist. She replied indignantly, "It's a curse." Jiang Wang realized that he had met a little girl who didn't know anything. Even if this paper doll could have some effect, it didn't write anything. It would be strange if he could succeed. Unless she was the daughter of an evil god. "Then let me rephrase my question," Jiang Wang said. "Why did you use this cursed paper doll?" The woman was silent for a moment, and tears suddenly flowed down her face. My cousin is about to die," she sobbed. "He's about to be eaten by that monster outside the city." It was the first time that Jiang Wang had heard the people of Yu State call the giant tortoise a monster. Most of them respected it as if it was a god. That was because it was the holy beast that protected the country. At the same time, he recalled what Su Xiangqian, the man in scholarly robes, had said. "Look, those bastards are all wretched and cautious. If you get the worst ranking in the evaluation, you'll be removed from your position and eaten." He had been deposed and eaten. At first, he thought that being eaten was just a description of being robbed of power. However, considering the woman in front of him, it was likely that he would really be eaten. This would have caused Jiang Wang's disgust, but after the fall of Maplewood City, his thoughts changed. If it weren't for the dereliction of duty and the neglect of the lives of the common people, Maplewood City wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Although Yu State's measures were strict, they might have achieved a miraculous effect. After all, the starting point was for the common people. If you don't do well as an official and can't protect the people, You only know how to abuse your power, you deserve to die. Jiang Wang said. Nonsense. My cousin is a good official. How can a good official fail the evaluation? The woman choked. She repeatedly said in tears, No, my cousin is very good. He's very good. He said it had nothing to do with the evaluation. He was framed. No matter what he did, he would still be eaten in the end. Who framed him? I don't know. Jiang Wang didn't want to listen to the woman's explanation for her sweetheart. He didn't think it was true and objective, so he asked, Where did you get this cursed paper man? Tracing the cursed paper man's origin and finding out the hidden cultists was his original goal. The cultists in the world should be killed. It's my wet nurse. Ever since Brother Qing died, her condition has been getting worse and worse. I occasionally bring her home to stay for a few days, but she always refuses to stay. After hearing about my cousin, she said she could help me. As long as I curse them, they will receive retribution. Perhaps it was because she had just gotten rid of the cursed paperman's influence, but she said whatever came to her mind and seemed to have a lot to say. Who's Brother Qing? Jiang Wang interrupted her. He's my wet nurse's son. Where does your wet nurse live? She said the address in a daze, then asked, Why do you ask? To do good deeds and accumulate merit, Jiang Wang said. She stared blankly for a moment before pleading to Jiang Wang, Then help me. Can you please save my cousin? I'm not interested in helping you. I can't help you either. Jiang Wang refused directly. Eliminating the cultists who bewitched you is the only good thing I can do for you. This woman lived in a place like this, so her identity was definitely not simple. There was no way she couldn't get a cultivator to help her. But now, she had been bewitched and could only hide here to burn papermen. It was obvious how complicated the situation was. Jiang Wang was unfamiliar with this place and didn't have the power to sweep everything away. Of course, he wouldn't interfere rashly. Moreover, since dereliction of duty and being eaten by the tortoise beast was part of the political environment of Yugua, he had even less reason to interfere. The woman just begged, He's a good person, he's really a good person. Believe me. Help me. If it was Ling He, he would definitely try to help her. Thinking of Ling He, Jiang Wang's heart ached. He didn't say anything else. He kicked a stone with the tip of his foot and kicked it. The stone suddenly accelerated and made a shrill sound, directly piercing a hole in the rockery in the yard. Who? What's that sound? Someone in the yard was alarmed and would probably come over soon to watch this woman and prevent her from doing anything stupid. Jiang Wang stomped his foot and jumped over the wall, heading straight for the North City. The woman's wet nurse lived in a low-rise commoner's house in the North City district. This house was easy to find because the family's situation was obviously better than the neighbors. Jiang Wang pressed his sword with one hand and gently knocked the door open with the tip of his foot. Creak, it was noon, but the room was surprisingly dark. A white-haired old woman was doing something in front of a dressing mirror. Hearing the sound, she slowly turned her head. Her voice was dry and hoarse. Mu Qing is dead? Mu Qing? Jiang Wang thought of the woman in the deep courtyard. The name was elegant, but the person was a little stupid. You really are harming her, Jiang Wang said coldly. Wah! Ha 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 ha. The old woman was crying at first, but as she cried and cried, she started laughing. Her voice was ear-piercing and extremely unpleasant. All of you deserve to die, she said fiercely. I curse you, with my flesh, my hair, my life, my everything, I curse you. I'm willing to go through hell on a mountain of knives and enter hell on a sea of fire. As long as you suffer the same pain as me. Jiang Wang took a step back. Before he made a move, he had already retreated out of the room, all the way to the street. That was because he felt an evil power suddenly erupt. Right in front of his eyes, the old woman was covered in a layer of black flames and instantly burned to ashes. Not even a strand of hair was left. Chapter 150. Right in front of Jiang Wang, the white-haired old woman was burned to ashes by the black fire. He didn't even have time to ask for any information, let alone find out the truth. At the same time, with the appearance of the black fire, Jiang Wang could clearly feel an evil power seeping into the Tongtian palace. It was a black thing that flowed like water. It was a power that was rooted in a curse. The white-haired old woman might have regarded him as an enemy, and he was also involved in the mournful curse of sacrificing her life soul. Jiang Wang controlled the star-twining spirit snake, and was about to use his Tao energy to expel it when the black candle in the Tongtian palace suddenly moved, and the evil power disappeared without a trace. It should have been devoured by the netherworld candle. Jiang Wang's feelings towards the netherworld candle were very complicated. On one hand, he hated it for being related to the White Bone Path. On the other hand, he had indeed felt the warning of the netherworld candle before the disaster in Maplewood City. And it was because of the white bone escape technique that he was able to save Jiang Anan, even though the price was his lifespan. Now was not the time to think about this. The white-haired old woman's death did not mean that the matter was over. Jiang Wang took out the cursed paper doll and made a hand seal. A small green grass emerged from his palm. This was a C-grade mid-grade tracking Tao technique, remembrance grass. It could track an existing object based on its aura. The grass lowered its head as if in remembrance. The direction it lowered its head in was the direction it was tracking. But after this remembrance grass was born, it kept spinning in Jiang Wang's palm and refused to lower its head. Jiang Wang understood that this Tao technique's level was too low. The cursed paper doll did not have any obvious smell or other traces, so it could not be effective. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang casually made a wooden box and temporarily sealed the cursed paper doll. He leaped a few times and randomly chose an empty house to jump into. He divided a part of his attention and sank into the great illusionary realm. After another round of the Blessed Land Challenge, he had now dropped to the 28th ranked Blessed Land, Pot Mountain Blessed Land. Of course, along the way, he had once again entered the top 100 in the Heavenly Cycle Realm matchup in the Great Illusionary Realm. This was all thanks to the perfect construction of the minor circulatory cycle, allowing him to complete the breakthrough in an optimal state and not be left too far behind by the first echelon in the Great Illusionary Realm. The Pot Mountain Blessed Land produced 1,350 merit points every month. Among the top 100 Heavenly Cycle Realm cultivators, he had more wins than losses, so he had earned some merit points instead. Now, he had 4,310 points. Jiang Wang summoned his Tao development platform. His Tao development platform still only had one level. He had learned from Zhen Wudi that the advancement of the Tao development platform needed to rely on Tao development, which was to deduce cultivation technique. The more powerful and profound the cultivation method, the more it could promote the advancement of the Tao development platform. Jiang Wang had only deduced the East Rising Purple Qi sword art and the Four Spirits body tempering technique, but he probably hadn't accumulated enough experience to advance to the next level. Placing the Wood Elemental Technique Remembrance Grass on the Tao development platform, Jiang Wang poured in all his energy and began to deduce. Now that he was traveling the world alone, an excellent tracking Tao technique was a must. The Remembrance Grass obviously could no longer satisfy his needs. When his energy dropped to 3,100 points, it stopped. Jiang Wang understood that this was probably the limit of one level of the Tao development platform, or perhaps the limit of the Remembrance Grass. A total of 1,210 points of energy was used to achieve a B-grade Tao technique. Remembrance. Jiang Wang exited the Great Illusionary Realm. Because it was an upgraded Tao technique from the Remembrance Grass, it didn't need to be familiarized with like a new Tao technique. After carefully comprehending it for a while, he had already grasped 80 to 90% of it. Jiang Wang took out the cursed paper man again and formed a Tao seal. he saw a wisp of black smoke slowly being drawn out from the cursed paperman. This was the power of the curse on the paperman. This wisp of black smoke wriggled, and under the effect of the Tao technique, it gradually formed a stalk of black smoke grass. The grass lowered its head, as if it was recalling something. Towards the south. Jiang Wang looked in the direction and strode towards it. He turned left, jumped over the wall, and swam through the crowd like a fish. Right at this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely terrifying roar. The sound was oppressive, loud, and ferocious. Jiang Wang looked back and saw that the giant tortoise beast outside the city had suddenly gone mad. It clawed at the ground with its 4 limbs and roared. It probably did have the bloodline of Bashya, because like the mythical giant beast, it had sharp teeth in its mouth and protruded fangs from its lip. Jiang Wang noticed from afar that its eyes were surrounded by a layer of black smoke and gradually dyed blood-red. That was the power of the curse. How could it be? How could a curse of that level affect a giant beast with the bloodline of Bashya? Something was wrong. Jiang Wang's footsteps stopped. No matter which cult it was, if the other party had the power to shake this giant beast, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them. He had his own things to do. His sister was still waiting for him in Cloud City. He couldn't take the risk. He couldn't sacrifice himself because of a disaster in a foreign country. When the giant tortoise beast went mad, the city on the back of the tortoise shell instantly reacted. The entire city suddenly shone brightly, and the thick earthy yellow walls flowed like the earth. The power of 1,000 caddies increased. Bang! The giant tortoise beast lay on the ground on all fours, unable to move for a while and still roaring non-stop. A figure flew to the sky above the city, and his voice spread throughout the city. Don't stop the array, try to delay the holy guardian beast. The rest of you, seal the city gates and search all the locations of the 27 cities. Don't let any suspicious person go. From the top of the city, the densely packed cultivators were shaken off like lice on a giant beast and fell into the 27 cities below. The strongest cultivator army in the entire U-Nation, the Monument Army, was stationed in the city all year round. Following the footsteps of the holy guardian beast, they patrolled the entire territory. Jiang Wang dispersed the Tao incantation and stopped the recollection of the Tao technique. The lingering smoke dissipated, and the paper figurine was crushed into flying ashes. Then he leaned his cloak behind him and calmly walked into the crowd. These elite cultivators were dispatched by hundreds at a time, enough to plow through the entire 27 cities in the shortest time possible. It was conspicuous to wear a cloak at this time. At this moment, an uncontrollable angry rebuke suddenly sounded in the city. "Yin Guan! How dare you?" Then another young voice sounded. "You all dare to deceive the world and gain fame. What do I have?" After that, the voice was no longer heard. It should have been annihilated. But at the same time, the crowd exclaimed. Because the giant tortoise beast outside the city suddenly stood up. The city on the tortoise shell was still stable, and the earthy yellow light of the array formation didn't dim, but it only lasted for a moment, and the giant beast with the bloodline of Bashya had already stood up. Bashya had infinite strength and liked to carry heavy loads. This giant tortoise beast also inherited its habit. To build the U-Nation city on top of it, it needed to constantly increase the weight. Otherwise, it would leave and carry the mountains on its own. The array formation of the U-Nation city was already one of the trump cards prepared for it, and it could instantly increase its strength by 1,000 kilograms. But it was still carried by the crazy giant beast. The earth rumbled again. The giant tortoise beast's huge body slowly turned, as if it was about to face the 27 cities directly. Once it turned around, it was impossible to imagine what kind of disaster it would be. Most of the ordinary people in the city wouldn't be able to escape. This scene instantly reminded Jiang Wang of the day when Maplewood City collapsed. It was also so powerless. At this moment, a tall figure smashed down like a meteorite and landed in front of the giant tortoise beast. He reached out and held the giant tortoise beast's tower-like leg. Ah! That person let out a roar like an ancient beast, and the armor on his upper body instantly burst open, revealing his muscular upper body. The person who was as small as an ant was actually in a stalemate with the giant beast that was as tall as a mountain in the air for a moment. Such great strength! Then, the giant tortoise beast stomped down. The entire ground vaguely let out a wail. Chapter 151. The entire space seemed to be still for a moment. Regardless of whether it was the upper city or the lower city, everyone subconsciously held their breaths. Then, the giant beast raised its leg. A tiny black shadow scuttled out from the ground and blocked the giant beast's path again. Everyone was in an uproar. The soldiers on the wall of the upper city smashed the butt of their spears into the ground. Might! 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 It was the invincible god of war, the commander of the Monument Army, Zheng Chaoyang. The elite cultivators who rushed into the lower 27 cities also quickly found out the problem during the gap he had created. Battles suddenly broke out in various parts of the city. Looking up, they saw black smoke rising in spirals from many places in the lower city. Every spot of black smoke represented the power of a curse. In terms of scale, the power of the curse represented by the black smoke was not strong, but there were hundreds of them. If every place represented an existence that was filled with hatred and resentment like the white-haired old woman, then this city. Jiang Wang could not help but think, as the wet nurse of the crying woman in the courtyard, why did the white-haired old woman have such a bone-deep hatred? These powers, these poisons, and these curses on their own were not terrifying. Any cultivator in the heavenly cycle realm could destroy it alone. But once it was gathered with a secret technique, it was enough to provoke the giant tortoise's ferocity. And once the power of the curse was destroyed, the giant tortoise with the bloodline of Baxia was instantly appeased and returned to its original state. But the upper city did not calm down. The city lord of the 27th city, Yin Guan, did not govern well and even used sinister means to influence the sacred beast. He is punished to be swallowed by the sacred beast to atone for his crimes. The voice was silent for a moment before it suddenly shouted, "Damn it! Go find him!" Obviously, what happened today was the scheme of the lower city's city lord called Yin Guan, and he escaped when the main forces of Yu country were all present. Following the order of the capital city, the cultivators scattered in the lower city did not return. Instead, more elite cultivators rushed down the capital city. The important person in the upper city, who gave the order, clearly believed that Yin Guan was still in the 27th city and was determined to seal this place. Then, they checked inch by inch to find the person. "Cousin!" Jiang Wang suddenly heard a sobbing sound. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was the woman who had been crying and lighting the cursed paper figurine in the courtyard. She stood on the long street, her face ashen. Her beautiful face was full of tears. Jiang Wang had deliberately alarmed her family before because he wanted her family to control her so that she wouldn't cause any more trouble. But he never thought that after going around in circles, he would still be able to bump into her on the street. What a coincidence! Moreover, her cousin was actually Yin Guan, the one who had caused such a huge commotion. It was the city lord of the 27th city. Jiang Wang felt a headache coming on. He quietly turned around and used the crowd to cover himself. He was just a passerby. He didn't want to get involved in such a big trouble. "Beauty, what were you shouting just now?" Right at this moment, a man dressed completely different from the cultivators of the Monument Army stood before the woman called Mu Qing with a smile on his face. Although the woman was too sad and was a little muddle-headed, she wasn't stupid. Seeing that this person didn't seem kind, she immediately turned around and walked away. She hurriedly explained, "No, nothing." Hey. That man's face wasn't ugly, but it was a little oily and pink. He wore a white Confucian robe and chuckled. "If it's nothing, then why are you running?" As he spoke, he gently reached out and grabbed the woman's wrist without making any movements. "Let go of me." The woman struggled with all her might but couldn't break free. She coldly reprimanded, "I'm from the Sioux family of the city's governor." It was different from the political system of the Zhuang country. In the Yu country, the city lord was changed once every half a year. Only the most outstanding person in a city was qualified to become the city lord of a lower city. He would be in charge for half a year. But because the time was too short, there were actually families in the lower city that specialized in handling secular affairs. Those were the true core families of the lower city. The Sioux family that Su Muqing was from was the governor family of the 27th city. Of course, their power wasn't overwhelming. The truly important matters still needed to be decided in the city. The sacred guardian beast regularly patrolled the borders of the country, allowing the city on its back to have deep control over the entire country. In the semi-annual assessment, if the city lord performed well, he would be qualified to enter the upper city to cultivate as a reward. If his performance wasn't up to standard, he would be devoured by the sacred guardian beast as a punishment. Su Muqing's cousin, Yin Guan, was such a city lord. "Ha ha ha ha, governor family?" The pink-faced man laughed and pulled her to turn around. "Then it's easier to talk to them." "Stop right there." Although Jiang Wang was hiding in the crowd, he had been paying attention to what was happening here. The person who stopped them wasn't him, but that despicable Su Xiangqian whom he had met once before. His extremely high forehead was very eye-catching. "In broad daylight, the world is clear and bright. What are you trying to do by pulling my cousin away?" he questioned angrily. Originally, the pink-faced man's abduction on the streets had already made the passers-by unhappy. But because he was a cultivator in the upper city on a mission, they were worried that Su Muqing was indeed involved in today's incident and didn't dare to stand out. Now that Su Xiangqian stood out, the passers-by turned sideways and surrounded them. Seeing this, the pink-faced man showed no fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with contempt. "Your cousin." He turned around and looked at Su Xiangqian, smiling. "What's your name?" "What's her name?" "Where does she live?" "How old is she?" "Tell me now. If you say anything wrong, I'll kill you." Su Muqing wanted to speak, but her chin was gripped by the pink-faced man, preventing her from speaking. As he spoke, some of the cultivators in the upper city rudely squeezed through the crowd and surrounded Su Xiangqian. Only the cultivators in the Monument Army's uniform were still carrying out their mission meticulously and searching around. Su Xiangqian was stunned. He did stand up for her out of kindness, but it was impossible for him to truly understand Su Muqing's situation. Naturally, he couldn't answer the pink-faced man's question. "Did everyone see that? He actually lied when I'm carrying out my mission. I wonder if he has anything to do with those heretics?" The pink-faced man laughed and turned to look at Su Xiangqian. "I can capture you right now and lock you up for 8 to 10 years. Do you believe me? Come at me." Su Xiangqian didn't look like a scholar either. He rolled up his sleeves. "If I'm afraid of you, I'm not your grandfather. I hope you can continue to be so stubborn." The pink-faced man's smile disappeared. He said coldly, "This person is suspected to be related to the traitor Yin Guan. Take him down." Amidst the chaos, a clear voice suddenly shouted, "Hold on!" A handsome young man with white hair squeezed out of the crowd. "Her name is Su Muqing. She lives on the street behind you. Turn left at the end and turn right. She lives in the innermost and largest house. As for her age, I can't tell you because a woman's age is a secret. You don't deserve to know. I'll testify that Su Muqing was calling Su Xiangqian cousin. What else do you want to ask? P.S. There was an earthquake just now, but it didn't affect me from updating. Chapter 152. The pink-faced man was carrying out such an urgent and important task, yet he dared to kidnap a girl on the street just because he called her cousin without any reason. His target was a girl from the family of the governor of the city. Either the ruling class of the nation was rotten to the core, or this person had a strong background. Either that or both. Either way, it represented a huge trouble that foreigners should not get involved in. Su Xiangqian was obviously not from the nation. He was beaten up on the rooftop of the restaurant, which meant that he did not have any background. But he still stepped forward. Jiang Wang did not want to cause trouble, and he had been thinking of a better way. But when he saw Su Xiangqian being treated coldly after stepping forward, he could not stay silent. He could not sit and watch this person be isolated and helpless. He could not watch him be framed. He was the one who carried the firewood for everyone. He could not let him freeze to death in the wind and snow. The pink-faced man tilted his head and looked at Jiang Wang. "Who are you?" "When the road is not smooth, someone will step on it," Jiang Wang said seriously. "I'm just a passerby who can't stand you bullying people. I remind you to watch your words. You can't just make up any evidence." "What? You want to arrest me too?" Jiang Wang deliberately boosted his Dao energy and said loudly, "You'll arrest everyone who steps forward. You've arrested Su Xiangqian, and now you want to arrest me. This is a long street and everyone is watching. Can you arrest everyone?" He deliberately made a big deal out of it. He did not believe that this pink-faced man, no matter how strong his family background was, could really ignore the public opinion. There were so many people watching, and the capital of the nation was parked outside the city. Did he not have any political enemies in his family? As for the aftermath, he would leave immediately. No matter how powerful he was the son of the nation. Could he extend his claws to the Qi? Jiang Wang had learned from Huang Azan when it came to stirring up public opinion. If it was in the past, he might not have done this. It was not that he did not think of it, but that he would not consider it. That's right. Su Xiangqian saw that someone was supporting him and immediately jumped up. "Can you arrest everyone?" The onlookers all spoke up. "Is this how the officials of the upper city do things? Are the people of the lower city insignificant? Miss Su is a good person. Put her down. If you have the ability, then catch me as well. Stop trying to mislead the crowd with your lies." Seeing that public sentiment was surging, the pink-faced man did not dare to be careless. He immediately rebuked Jiang Wang. "I am acting under orders to arrest the 27th city's city lord, Yin Guan, who conspired to overthrow the country. Since this girl is his cousin, what's wrong with me bringing her back for questioning?" This half-bald scholar was lying the moment he opened his mouth. Shouldn't he be investigated? Do you think you're upholding justice? You are obstructing official business, disrupting the peace and tranquility of the 27 cities. Nonsense. Su Xiangqian was furious, but he completely missed the point. "You damned sissy, my forehead is full, not half bald." The pink-faced man immediately ground his teeth in hatred. His makeup and clothes were exquisite, but how could he be considered a sissy? But at this time, the emotions of the onlookers were about to explode, so he could only temporarily suppress his temper. He forced himself to say to the people around him, "Everyone, please calm down. Your humble servant." But in Jiang Wang's view, such verbal attacks were completely useless. You calling him a baldy and I calling him a sissy, what's the use of that? He took a step forward and suddenly stepped forward. "Take your filthy hands away first." His fingers slashed across like a sword. Before the sword fingers came close, the sharpness had already pierced the skin. The pink-faced man immediately let go of his hand and retreated. He immediately pulled out the folding fan at his waist and was about to open it. Boom! A finger was aimed at him, and a flower of flames bloomed on the fingertip. This flower was extremely beautiful, but no one should underestimate its danger. Jiang Wang used his other hand to pull Su Muqing behind him and asked casually, "Why aren't you at home?" Although she was not familiar with Jiang Wang, today was the second time they met, and he even helped her. Su Muqing said in a panic, "I was locked in my room, but I don't know what happened. The two maidservants guarding me outside suddenly died. Everyone in my family is dead. I was too scared, so I ran out. I didn't think too much, but I heard them talking about my cousin." She obviously knew that it was inappropriate to mention her cousin, so she stopped talking. On the other side, the pink-faced man who was facing the flower of flames pressed down on his folding fan and stopped his attack. His expression turned serious. "Flame flower? Who are you?" He was not a playboy who knew nothing. While he was powerful in Yu country, he also had a certain understanding of the situation in other countries. What Jiang Wang did not know was that what Dong A said about the latest research of the National Academy was just a cover. Otherwise, Dong A would not have made those notes herself. He was also one of the cultivators who tried to complete the flame flower incineration. Back then, the Qin state took advantage of the situation to ambush Sua Guanglia. The flame flower Dao technique was one of the conditions they offered. However, this was not pleasant to hear. Therefore, when the academies in Zhuang country taught the flame flower to their outstanding disciples, they all said that it was the result of the National Academy's research. Qin and Chu had fought against each other for many years and knew each other best. Other than the Chu state, the Qin state was the most familiar with the flame flower. To Yugua, both Qin Chu and Qin Chu were giant. "Who I am is not important." Jiang Wang ignored Su Muqing and said to the pink-faced man, "What's important is what you're doing. Even if Yin Guan is her cousin, how can she be implicated? You and I both know that she's just an ordinary girl without any cultivation. It's not that she can't betray the country just because she doesn't have cultivation. My friend, you think too simply of the world. It's precisely because the human heart is complicated that we can't allow you to take her away without any evidence. Are you sure you want to be a busybody?" The pink-faced man lost his patience and said coldly, "You can control it now, but can you control it forever?" "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Wang's voice became louder. He looked straight at the pink-faced man and said righteously, "You want to settle scores with a weak girl? Take revenge after the fact? Do you think that the people in these 27 cities are all cold-blooded and heartless spectators who will let you do whatever you want?" The onlookers were all furious. "Gigolo, you better explain it to me. What do you mean? Go back to your city. You're not welcome here." The pink-faced man explained, "That's not what I meant. Everyone, don't believe him. He's not from our country, so he must have a different heart. He might be Yin Guan's accomplice." "F***ck your mother." An egg flew out from the crowd and he hurriedly dodged it. His voice was hoarse from anger. "Who's throwing it at me?" "It's your father." "A rotten cabbage." "Your grandfather." "Another egg." "Your aunt." The crowd was in an uproar. It was obvious that he had angered the crowd. He couldn't attack so many people in public, so he could only cover his face with a folding fan and flee angrily. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air from the upper city. He came from afar and waved his sleeves, slapping the pink-faced man back to his original spot and making him kneel in the middle of the crowd. "Bastard! Where do you think you're going? Why aren't you apologizing to the people of this city?" An old man with white hair and a youthful face walked over and stood in front of the crowd. Other than Jiang Wang and Su Xiangqian, as well as the soldiers of the Monument Army who were still carrying out their mission, everyone present, including the agitated people of the lower city, knelt on the ground. They said respectfully, "State Preceptor, P.S. Alliance Master Yuri 123's overdue chapters have been repaid? My head hangs on the beam, pierces the thigh, and dances at the sound of the rooster. I'll repay Alliance Master Huahua's overdue chapters next week. Chapter 153. If one were to ask who was the number one person in the Yu Kingdom, many people would not think of the lustful and lascivious monarch, but state preceptor Zhao Tsang. He had been in power for many years, and had helped the country prosper and the people live in peace. He was deeply loved by the people. Because he was close to the people and diligent in government, he often opened altars to make rain. Many people in the Yu Kingdom had seen him and knew him. When Zhao Tsang appeared, he naturally became the center of attention. As soon as he landed, he looked at Jiang Wang and praised, "Good young man. Youth with white hair is the sign of early wisdom." He saw through Jiang Wang's true age at a glance and was not confused by the white hair. Jiang Wang could not figure out the purpose of his visit, so he did not say anything. This old man just divined and found that the first curse of this city was destroyed by your hands. As a result, Yin Guan's thousand-severing curse could only be activated in a hurry. This also gave us more leeway and greatly reduced the danger. You can say that you saved the 27 cities. Zhao Tsang bowed to Jiang Wang. This old man thanks your excellency on behalf of the 27 cities. The people around also bowed. Thank you, your excellency. Jiang Wang dodged sideways, not daring to accept the old man's bow. He also did not expect that what he did would be divined. The other party was obviously a big shot in the Yu Kingdom, but he could still bow to him. He had to say that the other party had done enough. I don't dare. Jiang Wang waved his hand. I just saw injustice on the road. He said this modestly, but in fact, he also had the intention of knocking the pink-faced young master. What kind of person was Zhao Tsang? Of course he could tell. He first supported the people around him. Everyone, please rise. This Zhao Tsang is incompetent and misjudged Yin Guan. Today, it almost led to a disaster. Immediately, someone knelt down. Even the tangerines on the same tree are not sweet and sour, let alone the people of the kingdom. State preceptor, how can it be your fault that Yin Guan caused trouble? Yes, it's all Yin Guan's fault for his wild ambition. We all misjudged him. Who said no? That evil man deserves to be hacked to death. The people in the lower city all comforted him. Alas! Zhao Tsang sighed and continued, my son, Zhao Che, has always been hot-blooded and reckless. When he saw Yin Guan's plot to overturn the country, he was mad with rage. When he saw the slightest clue, he wouldn't let it go. Did he do something bad out of kindness just now? In any case, this old man apologizes to everyone on his behalf. He looked around and lowered his posture to the onlookers. He bowed his head and cupped his hands. Zhao Tsang apologizes to everyone. It turned out that this pink-faced young master was the son of the state preceptor. The attitude of the surrounding commoners changed instantly. One after another, they returned the greeting, while the other avoided the greeting. I wouldn't dare. It must be a misunderstanding. He's not. Su Xiangqian wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Jiang Wang. Since this old man was the state preceptor Zhao Tsang, then this pink-faced young man must be his son. In that case, there was no need to dwell on this matter. After all, this was Yu country. Zhao Tsang had the final say in protecting the country. The fact that he was willing to step forward and apologize was already giving him enough face. Whether he was sincere or just putting on an act, it was already the best outcome. If they continued to dwell on this matter, they wouldn't be able to punish Zhao Che. Instead, they would be harming Su Muqing. The two of them didn't live and develop in Yu country, so they could just leave. but it was impossible for the Su family. Zhao Tsang cupped his hands to Jiang Wang and Su Xiangqian. I'll also apologize to the two of you. Su Xiangqian didn't reply. Jiang Wang returned the greeting. State Preceptor Zhao, you don't have to be so polite. Speaking of recklessness, I'm not to be outdone. Please forgive me, State Preceptor. Now that things had developed to this stage, a group of people from Upper City finally caught up with Zhao Tsang. One of them, a middle-aged man with a black beard, came to the scene and exclaimed, Qing Father! Su Muqing sobbed and threw herself into his arms. This person must be the head of the Su family, from the 27th city's Zhua family. He was one of the people who went to Upper City to report with Yin Guan. At this moment, Zhao Tsang asked politely, May I know this young man's name? Do you have the time to have a chat with this old man in Upper City? This old man can also express my gratitude. Every cultivator in Yu country knew that the guardian beast was constantly breathing in and exhaling a huge amount of vitality. Cultivating on the back of the guardian beast could speed up one's cultivation. This was one of the reasons why the giant turtle beast was the guardian beast of Yu country, and also the reason why everyone in Yu country wanted to go to Upper City. Not to mention the reward for helping the country, just the fact that he was invited to the Upper City was already a great honor. My name is Jiang Wang. This place was very far from Zhuang country, and Jiang Wang's name wasn't a secret, so he didn't need to hide it. He cupped his hands and declined politely. To be honest, State Preceptor, I'm just passing by Yu country. I have important matters to attend to, so I need to hurry. I can only thank you for your kindness. It's fine, it's fine. Zhao Tsang didn't force him. Instead, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Jiang Wang. There's a youth-nourishing pill here. It's made from the shell of the guardian beast. It's crushed into powder and refined. It has the effect of prolonging one's life. It's a token of appreciation for Yu country. It had to be said that this gift of appreciation was just right. It was exactly what Jiang Wang needed the most right now. The sacrifice of his lifespan often made him feel pressured, but he never regretted it. 1 year of lifespan couldn't make up for everything, but it was already precious to him. When his father was still alive, he often said that the best way to see a person's skill was to give a gift. It wasn't until many years later when he met Zhao Tsang in a foreign country that Jiang Wang truly understood this sentence. This is too precious. Jiang Wang declined. State Preceptor, you should keep it for yourself. Compared to the safety of the people in the 27 cities, how precious can a mere youth-nourishing pill be? Zhao Tsang refused to take it back. Although this pill can increase one's lifespan by 1 year, it's useless to take too many. Young friend Jiang, just accept it. Ever since Zhao Tsang appeared, the pink-faced young man, Zhao Che, hadn't said a word. At this moment, he was probably a bit resentful, but he didn't dare to say anything and just turned his head away. Su Xiangqian said from the side, What's there to decline when you receive a reward for your contributions? Jiang Wang accepted it. Zhao Tsang said again, I wonder if young friend Jiang is willing to come to my Yu country and become an official after you're done with your matters? I see that young friend Jiang is full of Tao energy and full of vitality. With such a deep foundation, it won't be long before you soar to the sky. The onlookers finally realized why the State Preceptor was so polite to this kid. It turned out that he was recruiting talents for Yu country. It could be said that he was magnanimous and thirsty for talent. State Preceptor, you're overpraising me. Jiang Wang hurriedly said, Jiang Wang is young and weak. I don't dare to accept such praise. Zhao Tsang wasn't angry at Jiang Wang's rejection. He only smiled and said, If young friend Jiang is in a hurry, you can leave now. However, Yu country's Upper City gate will always be open for you. I'm afraid. Jiang Wang bowed and said to Su Xiangqian, Brother Su, you said you were going to leave. Do you want to go together now? Su Xiangqian didn't seem to understand his hint and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, young friend Jiang, you can go. I still have some matters to take care of in your country. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Jiang Wang thought about it and didn't insist. He turned and left. After he left, Zhao Tsang turned around and looked at Su Xiangqian with a kind smile. "I wonder how Green Cliff Academy's Mr. Mo is doing?" Zhao Che realized that Jiang Wang, who he thought had a mysterious background, might not have a powerful background. However, Su Xiangqian, who he thought was a passerby, had a powerful background. Green Cliff Academy was one of the 4 great academies in the world. It was a true orthodox Confucian school and a sage's school. Although he also joined the Confucian school, there were so many academies in the world. The academy he studied in couldn't even compare to the tree stump in front of Green Cliff Academy. And Mr. Mo, who was rumored to hate evil, was the most influential Confucian in Green Cliff Academy. Chapter 154. Jiang Wang deliberately chose the opposite side of the city gate from the giant tortoise to leave the city. He was neither fast nor slow in the city. After leaving the city, he sped all the way and arrived at the countryside in a flash. Sigh. In the whistling wind, he suddenly heard such a sigh. "May I know why this passerby is in such a hurry?" Jiang Wang stopped and held his sword. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, he said slowly, "I'm running for my life. I have no choice but to be in a hurry." The person who appeared in front of him was a handsome young cultivator. He wore ordinary clothes and had no expression on his face, but his eyes made people feel melancholy. He smiled. "You're the savior of Yugua, the great hero who destroyed the 1,000 severing curse. Why are you running for your life?" Jiang Wang sighed. "Maybe I'm not. TSK. I chased after you because I wanted to take a closer look at our messenger of justice, our moral model." He shook his head and sighed. "So that's all there is to it," Jiang Wang said. "I just did what I should do. There's no justice to speak of. City Lord Een, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." At that time, on the rooftop of the restaurant, he saw a group of officials going up to the city to report on their work. One of them was Een Guan. Therefore, Jiang Wang remembered his appearance. Everyone thought he was still hiding in the 27th city. The Monument Army was still searching in the city, and the commander of the Monument Army, Zheng Chaoyang, personally blocked the gate. However, he appeared in the countryside outside the city under everyone's noses. "Huh. You really think you saved this city?" Een Guan sneered. Yugua is a hopeless country. Maybe I saved it, maybe I didn't. But at least I saved an innocent girl." Jiang Wang said, "As for whether Yugua has any hope, that's something you Yugua should consider. You stopped Mu Qing and erased the first curse. Then you must have seen Mu Qing's wet nurse. Do you know why she resented her? Have you asked her why she would do such a thing at all costs?" Een Guan's voice was filled with anger. "Do you know how her only son died?" "I didn't have time to ask, nor did I want to ask. Her only son was the city lord of the 27th city 2 years ago. The brother Qing that Su Muqing mentioned?" Jiang Wang was shocked. He had thought that perhaps the old woman's son had been wronged or persecuted by someone. In short, they were all stories of bitterness that could be imagined. Although they were pitiful, they should not be a reason to hate the world. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Kill whoever you hate. You shouldn't implicate the innocent. He had thought of many possibilities, but this answer was still unexpected. Jiang Wang immediately thought of Su Muqing's words. "My cousin is very good. He's very good. But no matter what he does, he will die." Een Guan was the governor who was going up to the city to report his work today. According to Su Muqing, He would definitely fail the evaluation today and end up being devoured by the holy beast. On the other hand, he had set up a trap to trigger the Empire Protector Divine Beast to go berserk, allowing him to escape from death. It had even almost destroyed the 27 cities. If the giant tortoise beast continued to go crazy, it was not impossible for the country to be destroyed. He was just trying to save himself? He was a very outstanding person. We grew up together with Mooching and the other two. Both of us worked hard in cultivation. In order to spend more time with Mooching, I purposely hid my abilities and let him become the city lord that year. I thought it was a form of compensation, but I didn't expect to push him straight to hell. Do you know what it means to be the city lord of a lower city? Your country is only divided into upper and lower cities. Above and below the tortoise shell, there is only one upper city, which is the capital. There are a total of 39 lower cities. The names are from the first city to the 39th city. Have you ever seen a city that only has a number? You don't know how to name a dog kennel or a chicken coop, because you know that it is a dog kennel or chicken coop. That's enough. Because the so-called change of city lord is just a cover. The current political system of your country is only to select the most outstanding and talented cultivators from all over the country to be the food of the holy beast. The one with the worst evaluation is actually the one with the highest talent. But talent has instead become the reason for death. Only in this way can it keep growing, keep staying in your country, keep protecting here. But the people's grateful protection is just a beast's instinctive behavior of protecting its food. Yin Guan's eyes were distorted by a kind of pain. He was laughing. He was laughing at himself and also laughing at this deformed country. So that's how it is, Jiang Wang said. So that's how it is? I just suddenly understood something. Jiang Wang said, I thought Zhao Tsang wanted to kill me. Now I understand that he really did want to kill me. But he didn't have to kill me himself. He announced in front of everyone that I had solved the 1,000 severing curse in order to borrow your blade. Because you're smart. You refused him. Smart people can clearly see this country's appearance. If you have a backer, then so be it. If you don't, then it's better if fewer people know. As for me, do you think I should kill you? Perhaps you should. Jiang Wang clenched his sword. Because you have your path, and I have mine. You still don't think you're wrong. Yin Guan frowned and said, what you think is justice is actually just helping the villain do evil. Do you know? Jiang Wang said, your cousin really loves you. What are you trying to say? Then, do you know what kind of effect that cursed paper doll will have on her? It will make her seriously ill. And everyone in the Su family except her will die. If I remember correctly, the Su family is also your family. Family? Yin Guan laughed. Then do you know who it was that exposed my true talent and allowed me to become the city lord of the 27 cities? It's Su Mooching's father, my uncle. Just to consolidate his power with my ingredients that can make the turtle beast eat its fill. He even let him climb into the upper city. He completely forgot how he became the family head back then, forgot how my mother died. Jiang Wang was speechless. He really couldn't blame him for this. But he also had his own path. He wouldn't be swayed by the tragic experience of others. Jiang Wang said, but have you ever thought about how many people will die when that giant beast goes crazy and attacks the lower city? You can't use a bigger mistake to correct another mistake. That depends on how you define a mistake, Yin Guan said lightly. Then, one last question. Jiang Wang asked, why are you telling me so much? Ha 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 ha. Yin Guan laughed. Only now do I feel that you're interesting, he replied, because I'm the same as you, waiting for someone. You're waiting for him to kill me, and I'm also waiting for him to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. From the direction of the 27th city, a straight figure, like an arrow leaving the bow, shot straight towards them at a speed that almost broke through space. If he was the arrow, this bow must have mountains as its back and rivers as its string. This arrow must break through the sky. Those majestic muscles and strong pressure, even from afar, let people know his identity. The commander of the Monument Army, Jing Chaoyang. Yin Guan waved his sleeves and walked past Jiang Wang. They only miscalculated one thing. That is, as he spoke, he began to accelerate in the direction of Jing Chaoyang. They didn't really understand how talented I am. How strong I am. Chapter 155. Jiang Wang didn't say anything, nor did he turn around. Zhao Tsang's performance in the 27 cities was too comprehensive, too magnanimous, and too wise. How could such a wise and far-sighted person fail to see through his own son's actions? But Zhao Che still grew up to be what he was today. Jiang Wang thus sensed Zhao Tsang's killing intent. He also hoped that it was just an illusion. He was willing to believe in the warm and positive side of this world. Even those who had given him warmth and positivity, almost all of them had died. But the moment he saw Yin Guan, he understood that he was just bait. Perhaps Yin Guan hid too well, or perhaps the divination failed. In short, he couldn't find Yin Guan in the city. Zhao Tsang had purposely announced his contributions in public in order to attract Yin Guan's attention. He used himself, a passer-by who had contributed to the country, to bait Yin Guan. The invitation to join the city, the gift of life-nourishing pills, they were all just to dispel Yin Guan's wariness. Not only to dispel his own wariness, but also to dispel Yin Guan's wariness in the dark. Even Fang Pingju would kill him, and even Dong A would lie to him. Zhao Tsang was the state preceptor who protected the country. It wasn't strange to use him as bait. But he did feel angry. Did he deserve to suffer after doing a good deed? Could it be that good and evil had no retribution? Behind Jiang Wang, Yin Guan and Jing Chaoyang collided. One of them was a young cultivator who had yet to reach his 20s, a candidate to protect the upper city. One was a powerful soldier cultivator who had been awe-inspiring for years, the legendary commander of the state preceptor army. One had a medium figure, his sleeves fluttering. One was bare-chested, mighty and majestic. Even the contrast between the two hands was so stark. One palm was like floating cotton, the other fist was like a mountain. And when they collided, they actually paused for a moment. Then they separated, and then they were both blasted away. Yin Guan floated back several feet, while Jing Chaoyang retreated 7 steps. They were evenly matched. Jing Chaoyang was inexplicably surprised. He didn't dare to say that he could defeat the whole world, but in the state of Yu, he was indeed worthy of being a top-notch powerhouse, among the strongest. He had fought countless battles on the battlefield. In the entire Yu kingdom, other than state preceptor Zhao Tsang, there was no other opponent that he was confident in defeating. Now, the city lord of the lower city in front of him, a young man who was less than 20 years old and had never cultivated in the upper city, was on par with him? Could this be a true genius? For someone as tough as him, he was momentarily dazed at this moment. Then, dark clouds covered the sun, and black smoke formed a cage. It was a curse, resentment, despair, and pain. It was a collection of negativity, struggle, and darkness. An incomparably violent, evil aura erupted. Yin Guan's eyes began to turn green. His long hair stretched and fell to his feet. It's just a bunch of dirty techniques and unorthodox methods. Jing Chaoyang punched out, his blood qi surging. His qi and blood rose like smoke and crashed into the dark clouds. As the fist approached, the killing intent tore through space and transformed into spears, and sharp swords. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The killing technique of the military school. Destroy a city to create a wasteland, and condense evil spirits into weapons. It cut through the dark resentment and cut through the curse of hatred. There are no unorthodox methods, only people of the unorthodox path. Yin Guan did not retreat. I want to learn some orthodox methods, but the upper city is full of mediocre people. Can a genius like me go up? Jing Chaoyang could not answer. Because a genius of Yin Guan's level, no matter which lower city lord he appeared in, was bound to be the best choice. It was enough to please the country's holy beast. This was also the reason why Su Quan had, accidentally, exposed his talent. This level of pleasing was enough for the Yu Kingdom's upper city to give Su Quan enough benefits. It would not be a problem for his entire family to move into the upper city. Jing Chaoyang could not answer, but he had to respond with his fists and feet. Blood qi destroyed evil, and the evil spirits drove away resentment. Half of the sky was dark clouds, and the other half was red smoke. His blood qi was like a substance, entwined in his fists and feet. Step by step, punch by punch, he gradually approached his opponent. He was never willing to worry too much about mundane matters outside of the battlefield. Zhao Tsang had told him that there was a possibility of capturing that Yin Guan who wanted to overturn the country, so he had come. Zhao Tsang had to stay in the city. On one hand, he had to guard the upper city and guide the country's holy beast at any time. On the other hand, he had to guard against the possibility that Yin Guan was still in the city or had other plans. According to Yin Guan's method of escaping the upper city and provoking the holy beast's ferocity. Only he could come, and only he was certain of it. He had always trusted Zhao Tsang's judgment, so he had not hesitated when he came. But Yin Guan was stronger than he had thought. This had even surpassed his concept of a genius. Judging from the current battle, if he exploded with full power and fought with his life, he might still be able to keep the other person. But, was this the right thing to do? For the first time, he had doubts about his fists. His fists wavered, but Yin Guan's attacks were even more violent. The mountains and rivers are at peace. Baxia carries the monument of merit. What about you? Jing Chaoyang, what monument do you carry? Jing Chaoyang could not answer. He could not answer. That enormous turtle beast with only the bloodline of Baxia, when it exploded with full power, had the battle strength of a second stage profound truth realm. It was the strongest battle strength of the Yu Kingdom. In the past history, it had saved the Yu Kingdom from destruction many times. That was why it became the holy beast of the country. But he also knew what the holy beast of the country needed. As the commander of the Monument Army, the #1 person in the Yu Kingdom military, the matter of a genius cultivator feeding the holy beast of the country could not be hidden from him. He had doubts and he had wavered. But once the holy beast of the country left, could he, Jing Chaoyang, protect the Yu Kingdom? He could not. He was willing to die for the Yu Kingdom. But even if he died, he could not protect the Yu Kingdom. After all, he was only at the peak of the 4th stage outer building, and he had been stuck in front of God Descends for decades. State Preceptor Zhao Tsang could use the upper city formation to display the battle strength of God Descends. But with only the battle strength of a God Descends, it was not realistic to want to protect the land of a country in the era of great battles. Sacrificing one person every half a year to save the entire Yu Kingdom, was it not worth it? So he was more and more unwilling to care about worldly affairs. He was more and more focused on military affairs and cultivation, but was this not a kind of escape? He could not answer Yin Guan's question. After all, he was only good at fighting. Then fighting. Fists and palms, the power of qi and blood and the power of curses. They collided thousands of times in a breath. Jing Chaoyang was silent, his body like a mountain. The green light in Yin Guan's eyes grew brighter, almost completely turning into the eyes of a beast. His long hair that reached the ground danced wildly, like a demon. He did not know where he learned these heretical evil arts. He did not know what this child had experienced. Boom! A fierce confrontation ended. The two separated again. Seeing that he was about to be completely invaded by the green light, Yin Guan suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had returned to normal, and so had his long hair. He was sure that he could not kill Jing Chaoyang at the moment. But it was enough. He did not continue to fight, and turned to fly away. Only a voice, wrapped in evil power, was left, rolling all the way across a long distance, exploding in the sky above the 27 cities. One day I will come back, take down your monument and wring your head. Whether it was the upper city or the lower city, the 27 cities who heard this voice were panic-stricken. They all knew that Jing Chaoyang had personally caught up to Yin Guan, but even Jing Chaoyang could not kill him. Jing Chaoyang silently withdrew his qi and blood, looking in the direction Yin Guan was flying in. But Yin Guan did not turn his head, nor did he look at the 27 cities. Chapter 156. Jiang Wang thought that Yin Guan would kill him. After all, he had ruined Yin Guan's plan. He didn't expect Yin Guan to fight Jing Chaoyang. He didn't expect that Yin Guan could fight Jing Chaoyang to this extent. There were so many geniuses in the world. Jiang Wang had figured out Yin Guan's motive. He must have prepared for this day for a long time. Not only did he know the weakness of the holy beast, but he also knew the upper city's array. He had set up a meticulous plan in the 27 cities. When the holy beast was patrolling the upper city, when everyone was waiting for him to be eaten, and when the holy beast was satisfied, he attacked. Of course, he couldn't control the holy beast, but it was enough to stimulate its ferocity. The thousand-severing curse could complete the mission well. It would be best if both the holy beast and the Yu nation's top fighters were injured. Then, he would show his true strength, which he had been hiding for many years, and destroy the upper city and the Yu nation's current political system. He would rebuild the Yu nation on top of the ruins. However, he had triggered it in advance by chance. The trump cards of the Yu nation's higher-ups were beyond his understanding. After all, he had been in the lower city and didn't have the chance to know too much. Jing Chaoyang wasn't the only one who could stop the holy beast. The holy beast wasn't too crazy either. Zhao Tsang hadn't made a move from the beginning to the end. He could deal with any accidents at any time. Yin Guan realized that his plan had failed, so he decisively retreated. But why did he appear outside the city and fight Jing Chaoyang before leaving? It was obvious that he was unwilling to fight and wanted to see if he could kill Jing Chaoyang. But in Jiang Wang's opinion, there was only one reason. It was Su Muqing. Be it the cursed paper doll or the curse of Su Muqing's nanny, they wouldn't harm Su Muqing's life. But they would separate Su Muqing from him, so she wouldn't be implicated by him. He fought Jing Chaoyang to show his combat strength. This way, even if he left, those who still had designs on Su Muqing should think twice about whether they could withstand his wrath. After he forced Jing Chaoyang to a draw, no one in the Yu nation would dare to test his bottom line. Maybe he still cared about Su Muqing, maybe he didn't. That was no longer important. What was important was that he was able to fight with Jing Chaoyang at such a young age. 5 years later, 10 years later, 20 years later, what would happen? What was even more terrifying than the battle prowess he displayed was his genius. What was more frightening than the present was his future. This also explained why he didn't kill him even though he was one of the people who ruined his plan. Because he had saved Su Muqing. Yugua's trip could be said to be rushed, but it left an extremely deep impression on Jiang Wang. This was especially true for a genius like Yin Guan, who had prepared for so long but still failed. Protect the nation upper city was almost unscathed. The Yu nation had operated like this for hundreds of years, and it would continue to operate like this in the future. It seemed that nothing had changed. As for Jiang Wang himself, what he had to face was a long and arduous road. Jiang Wang pointed his finger in front of him. Flames blossomed. He was already used to this. He was used to releasing flame flowers at any time and then extinguishing them. Along the way, he had already repeated this process tens of thousands of times. He wanted to master all the details of this Tao technique. Only then would he have a chance to see more powerful scenes. Flowers wilt and bloom, there will be times. With a leap, he crossed the mountain range with his sword. This journey of weathering wind and frost didn't diminish his fighting spirit at all. A journey of thousands of miles begins with a single step. The road is long and obstructive, I will search from top to bottom. The country protector divine beast came and went with a rumble. The giant tortoise beast with the Bashya bloodline would always carry a heavy load as it moved forward. It was also used to this territory of the U-Nation, used to this symbiotic relationship. It could get the essence of food regularly, and its strength could continuously increase. Although it seemed to have suddenly thrown a tantrum today, it was insignificant. It wasn't worth mentioning in its long life. For the majority of the people in the 27 cities, today was a vigorous and frightening day. A routine government assessment actually stirred up a storm. They would continue to discuss many topics. About Yin Guan. About why he betrayed the country, why he was so strong, what cult he joined, what evil he did. Of course, there would occasionally be voices that suspected Yin Guan was forced. Some people even talked about the tall scholar who was full of limericks and talked about the white-haired young man. They talked about the hedonistic Xiao Che. But no matter how people discussed, people would soon forget. In the upper city, although the giant tortoise beast was moving, the entire upper city didn't shake at all. It was unusually stable. The lord of the upper city was the lord of the U-Nation. But everyone knew that the current lord of the U-Nation had neither the aptitude for cultivation nor the wisdom to govern. He indulged in wine and women, but his talent was unique. He and Zhao Che, the son of the state preceptor, could be called a pair of peerless talents. He wouldn't come to court, and he wouldn't care about government affairs. At most, he would come out for a walk during the sacrifice and make a sign. There was no other way. He was the only descendant of the previous emperor. He was born noble. The loyal courtiers could only pin their hopes on the next generation. Fortunately, the current U-Nation had more children than the previous emperor. Now he had 3 sons and 7 daughters. He didn't have to worry about not having enough candidate. As for those who weren't loyal, they could only hold it in. After all, both the state preceptor Zhao Tsang and the commander of the monument army Zheng Chaoyang were unswerving loyalists. They were loyal to the previous emperor and transferred this loyalty to the current U-Nation. Because the current U-Nation didn't care about court affairs, the state preceptor was in charge. In the main hall, Zhao Tsang sat alone. Apart from U-Nation, he and Zheng Chaoyang were the only ones in the entire Zhuang country who had seats in this hall. They were placed at the head of the courtiers. However, Zheng Chaoyang never sat, saying that he couldn't get used to it. At this moment, there was only Zhao Tsang and Zheng Chaoyang in the hall. There was no third person. The tortoise shells were scattered on the table. Zhao Tsang didn't look at the divination. Instead, he closed his eyes and said, "General Zheng, why did you let Yin Guan go today?" Like most of the cultivation sects in the world, the military school's cultivation methods were born from Taoism. The most ancient Taoism was originally a combination of the cultivation methods of the human race to explore the path of cultivation. However, over the long years there were gradually different directions, and thus different sects were born. Almost all the cultivators of the sects were divided into a series of realms like Wandering Meridian, Heavenly Cycle, Heaven Reaching, Soaring Dragon, Inner Mansion, Outer Building, Divine Arrival, True Enlightenment. However, the differences in ideology and principles also led to changes in the way they fought. The military school focused on the power of qi and was best at the use of baneful aura. It was known as the deadliest of all the sections. Although Jing Chaoyang's battle with Yin Guan was extremely strong, his killing power that was above that of cultivators of the same level was not fully displayed. In other words, he didn't use his full strength. Jing Chaoyang stood like an iron tower. After a long silence he said, "I've never seen such a genius cultivator in our nation. I'm thinking," he said, "if a genius like him is given the chance to grow, he will become a powerhouse. Can't he become the pillar of support for the nation? Can't he protect the nation?" Zhao Tsang raised his eyelids slightly and said lightly, "There were more geniuses than him, but they didn't have the chance to grow. They all died in battle." He added, "Before the Holy Beast Protector appeared." After that, there was a long silence in the main hall. P.S. Without any recommendation at all, the average has increased from 64 to 80. Friends, although the path is long and difficult, when trickles of water gather, it will eventually become a vast ocean. Chapter 157. Zhuang Country, Xian and City. In front of the ancestral hall, an old man with gray hair knelt for a long time. In the huge Xian and City, not many people recognized him. However, if it was in the previous Maplewood City, almost everyone would know him, because he was the city lord of Maplewood City before Wei Qiji. His governance could be said to be benevolent and diligent. While he was in charge of Maplewood City, he traveled to every town and village under his rule. This was something that Wei Qiji had never done. There was no second city lord in the entire Zhuang country who did this. Back then, when the 13-year-old Du Yehu killed someone in public, he was the one who personally overturned the case. He even sent Du Yehu to the Dao Academy to be nurtured. Only then did Du Yehu become famous in the Zheojiang Xian armor. When he was in Maplewood City, he was deeply loved by the soldiers and civilians. Later, he felt that he was old and could not consolidate his cultivation, so he took the initiative to retire. In his life, he had no children, relatives, or disciples. Back then, when Zhuang Gaoxian attacked Yong, he had made outstanding contributions. Because of his contributions, he took over Maplewood City from Zhuang Ting without taking a single cent. After dedicating his life, he returned Maplewood City to the country. And now, Maplewood City was gone. In the entire Maplewood City, not a dog, a chicken, or even a handful of soil was left. It was said that the White Bone Path was causing trouble. Where did an evil sect that had been silent for 100 years get so much power? What was the criminal division of the Zhuang country doing? Why didn't they notice it beforehand? Why was Dong A able to live alone when the entire Maplewood City was dead? Why was Dong A able to see through the conspiracy, but the dignified state preceptor Du Ruhui, who was famous across the countries, still couldn't catch up? Why Zhuang Ting's explanation could convince everyone in the world? It wasn't because the explanation was perfect and couldn't be wrong. It was because those people weren't from Maplewood City. It was because there was no one in Maplewood City. There was only him, Lu Yian. Only this old man, who was about to die, was still bitterly searching. However, when he asked the state minister avoided him. When he asked the emperor locked himself in the palace. When he asked the officials, no one paid him any attention. Who would care about an old man who could no longer rise, an old man with a weak aura, whose cultivation had collapsed, and no combat strength? This was especially true when he was so stubborn. When the entire Zhuang country was thriving, he insisted on opening up the poisonous scars. The old man was now a commoner. The white-clothed old man, Lu Yian, was alone in the vast Xian and city. He had been asking questions for 9 days. There was no answer for 9 days. No one paid him any attention. On the 10th day, he knelt in front of the ancestral hall. He wanted to ask Great Ancestor, if the Great Ancestor was still here, Would he not say anything when he saw the current situation and the current situation? The ruler is like a boat and the people are like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. He wailed in front of the ancestral hall, helpless as a child. Outside the ancestral hall, at the corner of the street opposite, Zhuang Country's vice prime minister, Dong A, stood with his hands in his sleeves and did not say a word. Outside the old site of Maplewood City, Du Ruhui, whose hair was as black as ink, stood with his hands by his side. Although he looked old, his back was as straight as a spear. In the entire Zhuang Country, there was only one person who could make him so respectful and cautious, the ruler of Zhuang Country, Zhuang Gaoxian. It was a middle-aged man with a calm face. He was carefully sizing up Maplewood City, which was shrouded in fog. At first glance, he looked no different from a wealthy gentleman who was out on a spring stroll. Just by looking at his appearance, no one could imagine that he was such a decisive man. His toughness and sharpness in national affairs surpassed that of the previous rulers of Zhuang Country. After looking for a while, Zhuang Gaoxian said with a smile, "Teacher, this time, you have completely hurt the white-bone evil god. He wanted to drag this place into the netherworld, but he stopped halfway. He let Maplewood City sink into the gap between the modern world and the netherworld, turning this place into a dead land. Not only will it not be digested by the netherworld, but it will also leave a scar on my Zhuang territory forever. He harmed others without benefiting himself. It can be seen that he is resentful. If the entire Maplewood City was pulled into the netherworld, this area in the modern world would be erased. At that time, the neighboring Chichang mountain range might be Wangjiang City or Sanshan City. As time passed, it was gradually forgotten by people. But now it was stuck at the border between the modern world and the netherworld. The white bone god had wasted his divine power for nothing, and he would not receive any benefits. And Zhuang Country would forever leave this dead land behind. Everyone who saw this land of death would recall this period of history. When Zhuang Gaoxian was still the crown prince, Du Ruhui was his teacher. After Zhuang Gaoxian ascended the throne, there was no second choice for the position of prime minister. Your Majesty, Du Ruhui bowed and said, I heard that the ancient divine lord rejoiced when the people were safe and wept when they were in pain. You should not laugh outside the old site of Maplewood City. It is the glory of Zhuang Country that Lord Zhuang ascended to Dongzhen. Sacrificing the people to achieve this is a disgrace to Lord Zhuang. Moreover, the souls of the dead that will never rest in peace are in front of your Majesty. Gao Xian has learned. Emperor Zhuang immediately became serious and said with shame, I did catch up to that old man of Yong. I thought that the border would be safe and the people would be safe, so I forgot myself. Zhuang Gaoxian's current realm had already surpassed Du Ruhui, but he still maintained the respect of a student to his teacher. When Du Ruhui heard this, he did not pursue the matter, nor did he feel comforted. Instead, he gently changed the topic. Your Majesty, you can set up a monument outside this region as a memorial. The monument will record the responsibility of Chen Shirtu as a national enemy. Remove the white bone path as a national policy to comfort the dead. In this way, the people's resentment can be gathered and the people's will can be gathered. Zhuang Gaoxian sighed in amazement. This is priceless advice. The last time Zhuang Country removed the white bone path as a national policy was during the era of great ancestor Zhuang Qingqian. At that time, the white bone path was uprooted. Today, the resurgence of the white bone path was far weaker than before. However, establishing this policy could still awaken the memories of the people of Zhuang Country. It not only expressed the intention of protecting the ancestral system, but also showed the determination to not live under the same sky as the white bone path. It gathered all the resentment of the people onto the white bone path. Once the white bone path was removed, Zhuang Gaoxian would not be cursed for the fall of Maplewood City. On the contrary, he would win the hearts of the people because he helped restore the country. Duruhui's moves were like the spring wind and rain. His methods were experienced and smooth. This was also an important reason why he was able to support the Zhuang court while Zhuang Gaoxian was recovering. The fog in the Maplewood City region surged, concealing the desperate situation within. It was as if all the stories that happened in this region had been lost in the world of yin and yang. There was no more light. You have seen the lifeless and destruction formation. What will the emperor do? Zhuang Gaoxian flicked his sleeves lightly. Since I have come to Qinghe County, how can I not visit the elders in Xinjiang? After leaving Zhuang country, Jiang Wang continued to move in the direction of Qi. Zhuang country was only a part of his journey. He had his own path to walk. Traveling was not his only purpose. What was more important was to train his sword, his body, and his heart. He used heaven and earth as the furnace, the mortal world as the fire, and his body as the copper. He went from Shao Zhoutian to Dezhoutian. He climbed mountains, waded rivers, rested in shops, and unsheathed his sword when he encountered injustice. The path under his feet became longer and longer, and the path of cultivation became wider and wider. He gradually felt that some kind of change was happening. It was like a path covered by clouds and fog. It became clearer and clearer, and he became more and more certain. Chapter 158. Aside from a small border between Yong and Zhuang, most of the border was separated by the Qichang mountain range. To the northwest of Yong, there was a small country called Qin. Although Qin was small, there was a dangerous place within its borders called the Valley of No Return. No one could tell where the danger of the Valley of No Return came from, but as the name suggested, those who entered the valley never returned. In the early morning mist, a woman with long hair that reached her shoulders walked into the valley. She wore a mask without any facial features, looking very demonic. Her figure was extremely beautiful. The valley was spacious and not as dangerous as one would imagine. On the contrary, the atmosphere was peaceful. There were strange flowers competing with each other, and the sound of a brook could be heard. There was a wooden house in the middle of the valley. The brook flowed in front of the wooden house. A few chickens were leisurely strolling on the bank, and a yellow dog was lying in front of the door. The long-haired woman stood in front of the wooden house and shouted, "Boss!" Her voice was so loud that it startled the yellow dog and caused the chickens to flap their wings. After a while, there was still no movement in the house. The woman seemed to have gotten used to it and was about to shout again. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and a white-haired old man walked out. He seemed to have trouble hearing, and it took him a lot of effort to speak. "You're here? Yanzi." "I'm here," the long-haired woman shouted. "Don't call me Yanzi anymore." The white-haired old man nodded. "Yanzi, Shao Xiong sent me a letter with a dog drawn on it. Does he want to eat dog meat?" The yellow dog whimpered and ran to the back of the house with its tail between its legs. "I don't even know when this happened." The long-haired woman sighed and shouted, "Xiongwen died a long time ago." "Xiongwen died?" The white-haired old man didn't seem to react. "Boss, he's been dead for several months. Maplewood City is gone." "Xiongwen is dead? Then we have to go take a look." "We have to go take a look." The white-haired old man's lips trembled a few times before he said, "Yanzi, go take a look. I just finished helping you." The long-haired woman gritted her teeth and complained softly, but she still raised her voice and said, "Okay, boss." She wasn't like this old man who was dragging his feet. She stomped on the ground and dashed into the fog. The morning fog dispersed and gathered again. The white-haired old man paused for a moment before scratching his head. "What did I want to say? Forget it." He decisively gave up and turned back to the wooden house. "You have to sleep long before death, so that you won't be able to sleep well after death. Time continued to move forward. The construction of a minor circulatory cycle would lead to the heavenly cycle realm. The rotation of the great circle signified the arrival of the seventh stage of the reaching heaven state. After traveling for so many days, they had already entered the Qi territory, ignoring the countries they had passed through. On a nameless hill, Jiang Wang sat cross-legged on a huge rock. Inside the Tongtian Palace, the 9 starry rivers spun endlessly. Using the 3 clusters of starry river spirals as a small circle, they hung above the heavenly palace. The first minor heavenly cycle was the sun, moon, and stars. Heaven and earth traversed the boundless universe. The second minor heavenly cycle was about the changes of the mountains, rivers, and earth over time. During the third cycle, he was thinking about himself. Moving forward, where did you come from, where did you go? Now that he had traveled for thousands of miles, his Tao heart had been sharpened like a sword. He had a complete understanding of what he was thinking, what he was doing, and what he was looking for. He would continue to do so. The sky was the stars, the earth was the mountains, and the man was his own body. The great circle condensed the great conception. The 3 elements combined, and the circle rotated. He had finally reached the reaching heaven state. The sky was clear, but he heard the rumbling of thunder. Sensing it carefully, he found that it was not the thunder of heaven and earth, but the roar of an unknown place. Behind him, a looming gate appeared in the void. It was the reflection of his physical body. It was a milestone on the path of cultivation. There was a gate between heaven and earth, and man was the gate of heaven and earth. It was the 3rd day of March in the year 3918 of the Taoist calendar. Jiang Wang had completed his cultivation and completed the Great Circle. He had officially entered the reaching heaven state. The reaching heaven state was the simplest level. Only after entering this state could one enter the gate of heaven and earth. For many practitioners, it was a long process to consolidate the Great Circle, see themselves clearly, and find the way to the gate of heaven and earth. Even someone as strong as Zhao Lang could not find the way forward. He could only waste many years in the reaching heaven state, polishing his Taoist magic arts repeatedly. Jiang Wang had completed the Great Circle and accumulated a lot of experience. He had seen the gate of heaven and earth as soon as he completed the Great Circle. Jiang Wang stood up from the stone platform. Although he had seen the gate of heaven and earth, it did not mean that he could directly open it. He had only seen the gate of heaven and earth for the first time. He had not seen the details of the gate yet. Moreover, there was a qualitative change from seeing the gate of heaven and earth to opening it. Moreover, the Heaven Palace mystic realm that he was about to enter only allowed practitioners below the 6th stage, soaring dragon realm, to enter. Any strong practitioner who opened the gate of heaven and earth would cause the passage to collapse the moment they entered, no matter what secret technique they used to conceal it. This was something that Zhen Wudi had repeatedly instructed him to do. Jiang Wang now knew Zhen Wudi's real name. This fatty was from the famous Chongxian clan in the Qi state. His name was Sheng. Previously, he was far away in the Zhuang state and was ignorant. Along the way, the Zhongshuan clan's reputation had already spread far and wide before they even reached the Qi region. It also let Jiang Wang know what a true aristocratic family was like. It was far from what the so-called 3 major families of Maplewood City and the Lin family of Wangjiang City could compare to. After reaching the Heaven Ascension state, the capacity of the Heaven Ascension Palace increased again, and he could engrave a new instant cast Dao technique. However, Jiang Wang could only put it aside for now. In terms of offense, he had flame flowers for Dao techniques and purple qi from the east for swordsmanship. He relied on the 4 spirits body tempering technique for defense. He did not have any achievements in escape technique. Although the white bone escape technique was powerful, he did not dare to use it again. The problem now was that although he had the Dao platform and accumulated merit, he did not have enough foundation. However, without a suitable Taoist technique as the basis for deduction, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. This was one of the drawbacks of losing a stable environment. There were no teachers to answer his questions, and there were no Tao techniques left by predecessors for him to choose from. However, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, it could not stop him from moving forward. Jiang Wang and Chung Gongxing had already been in the great illusionary land for a long time. After breaking through to the heaven ascension state, he did not stop. He did not enter any city or stay in any store. He rushed to the meeting place as fast as he could. There was a small city in Linhai County of the Qi State called Tianfu City. This was originally a small fishing village. Ever since the Tianfu elder left the mystic realm here, a large number of cultivators would gather here every time the mystic realm opened. At first, it was chaotic. Everyone used their own methods. It was very chaotic for a while. Later, the Qi state officials set the rules and set the quota for each party. This stabilized the process. The fishing village also developed because of this. After many years, it became the current Tianfu city. The Qi state had developed business and was connected to the world. The officials were also relatively smooth. Every time the Tianfu mystic realm opened, there were a total of 50 quotas. The Qi state directly took out 10 quotas for outsiders to fight for. The Qi state would come out to recruit those foreigners who had gained something in the Tianfu mystic realm. Even if they did not succeed, they would be politely sent out of the country. Over the years, those who had gained something in the Tianfu mystic realm would eventually become strong cultivators as long as they did not die prematurely. Even if these people did not join the Qi state, they would often have a good impression of the Qi state. On the official road 5 kilometers north of Tianfu City, a figure was riding a fast horse. He was rushing over, kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, rolling the dust into a ball. When the dust settled, the figure on the horse was already gone. The horse ran for a while before realizing that the rider was gone. It did not know what to do. It lowered its head and sniffed for a while before leaving the official road alone. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.